Hi, Commissioner Apana. If we can do a audio and video check.
You got my audio, I think.
Yes, I have your audio loud and clear. Thank you. And I think the video is coming through.
Oh,
Yep.
it's coming through.
Yeah, I see you there.
Okay.
Perfect. It's a little bit dark, but I can see you.
How's that? Oh,
Uh,
okay.
yeah, bit better.
Wait, why is it dark? I don't know. Is it dirty?
I don't think it's a screen issue because I can see your face. It's just the lighting's maybe a bit off.
No, I get the light right here, but it's
It's a
ghost.
bit, yeah, it's a bit better. Maybe just, okay, there. Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, 10 o'clock, we'll call the meeting to order. Would ask the secretary to take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrion,
Here?
Commissioner Apana,
Here.
Commissioner Kushni. He was here just a second ago.
I see him, you're muted, Ralph. Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Dalton. I don't believe she's entered just yet. Commissioner Cam.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Osterkamp.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Papalimu.
Uh,
Uh, Audio, please. Commissioner Papalimu.
you're still muted. You're unmuted, but can't hear you.
Commissioner Papalimu. Commissioner
I
Papalimu, can you
can't
hear us
hear
okay?
anyone.
There you go. Can you hear us? Ms. Papalimo, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can't hear you guys at all.
Wow.
Okay, moving on with the roll call. Commissioner Sabas,
Here.
Chair Curtis,
Yes, sir.
and I have Dalton here as well. Commissioner Dalton,
Here.
thank you.
Perfect. Thanks.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll have the public testimony after we interview the candidates. I understand Ms. Bakay is available for the first comment. I would ask for,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
may,
sir.
may I have the floor for a moment here, please?
A quick moment. Yes, sir.
I want for the record to state that I'm going to recuse myself from this process of selecting, voting, and interviewing any of the 8 applicants before us. And let me give you my reasons.
Please.
There's a commissioner amongst us who's also an applicant. And by itself, that shouldn't be an issue. I think any one of us who would want to be chairman should have that opportunity to apply. But this commissioner knew full well the rules of the game.
Mr. Sabas,
Yes.
I would interject right here that it becomes an issue if that commissioner becomes the finalist for the chairmanship. I don't
Well, let me
anticipate that
explain further.
happening. In case that happens, then you can recuse yourself. Until then, I would ask you to continue to participate.
By what rule are you ordering me to participate, Mr. Chair?
I'm suggesting the logic that the candidate that you're talking about has little chance of being a finalist.
Well, we
There's
don't
six-
know that. We do not know that.
You don't know
I
that.
wish you would let me, please,
Wow.
continue with my explanation
I'm
of
sorry,
why
go ahead,
I
Mr. Sabas.
recuse myself.
Okay,
So this commissioner knew full well the rules of the game.
Point of order.
Yes.
And one of the
Miss-
rules of the game was
Excuse me,
that,
Mr. Sabas. Miss Papalimu, what rule am I not following?
A point of order. The reason for recuse is not necessary. He can choose to recuse at this time or later, but we do not need to know why he's doing that. He has a right to do that without
Okay,
disparaging
your point of
anybody.
order is overruled. Thank you.
Wow.
Mr. Sabas, please continue.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have a point of order.
What rule am I not following, Ralph?
Well, you're gonna let him disparage me right now.
Wait,
We
wait,
haven't mentioned
Ralph,
any names, Ralph.
Ralph.
We haven't mentioned any names.
Well, we know who you're talking about. So
Oh,
Ralph,
you do.
I did it.
Your point of order is overruled. Mr. Sabas, please continue with your recusal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I was saying, this commissioner knew full well the rules of the game.
Okay, Mr. Sabas,
Yes.
let me stop with your recusal. We'll allow you to recuse yourself based on your own integrity. After that, we don't need to know anything. We'll continue with the interview with Ms. McKay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sabas.
I'm gonna mute out and disassociate myself
you.
from this meeting here.
Sure,
Dylan,
point of. I just want to make sure. Wouldn't this be considered discussion if we're gonna interview her already? And aren't we supposed to have public
Your-
testimony
your-
before any kind of
your
discussion?
point of order is overruled. We'll continue with the interview with Ms. McKay.
I was just asking for clarity, but thanks so much.
Thank you. That's not a point of order. Ms. McKay.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask you for 5 minutes of interview, and then I'll have questions from the commissioners, starting in alphabetical order with Mr. Andrian. I'll allow one question, one follow-up per commissioner until we finish with a 30-minute time limit. Ms. McKay, I offer you 5 minutes now.
Well, thank you for granting me the time. I don't think I'll need 5 minutes, but I do appreciate the opportunity to be considered. As everyone knows, I'm Tamara Mackay. I live on Maui, and I have been a civic leader in this state for many years as a community organizer from an 8 year as being a director of the Upcountry Fair, being a writer, and yes, of course, the former chair of the Hawaii Republican Party at the state and county level. I'm not here to hide any of that. You all know who I am. What I do want to tell you is why I'm here, and I do appreciate the time. I've sat in these meetings as a citizen and as a participant in organizations and watched motions go untracked. I've watched correspondence go unshared, and I've seen this commission struggle to function to the level the public deserves. And I thought somebody needs to fix that. I'm not running against anyone on this commission. I'm running towards a process where every motion is tracked, every citizen is heard, every piece of correspondence is shared, and every meeting is run by the rules. The same rules for every commissioner every time, and everyone is treated equally and fairly, regardless of their party affiliations or their opinions. Hawaii's elections need a commission that the public can trust, not because we tell them to trust it, but because they can see that we are working in the open transparently, and meeting after meeting, it is consistent and run fairly. I have also prepared a 90-day plan. I do know the Sunshine Law. I've resolved election problems through the right channels, and I'm ready to work on day one. I would be honored to serve as the chair for this commission and to serve the people of Hawaii. I appreciate your time. Mahalo.
Thank you. I'll open it up to questions from one question and one follow-up in the initial round. I would start alphabetically with Dylan. Do you have questions for Ms. McKay?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Mackay, for being with us today. Really appreciated all your written answers. I found them to be very explanative and in detail. My follow-up question for you is, in the past 4 years of our elections commission, that's about the time that I've been on here, what percentage or what even number can you give us of your attendance and participation on these elections commission meetings?
I would say I would attend as much as possible. I would say probably about 40 to 50%.
Thank you so much. For me, that's so important with a candidate is knowing that they've been a part of this process. I don't want to start over. Having a viable candidate who's been a part of the process and following this has been crucial in me determining. And I appreciate your
You had a
follow-up, your
follow-up
plan
question?
here.
You had a follow-up question?
Yep, that was it.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Apana,
No questions.
Ms. Dalton? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ralph Kushner.
Yes. So, thank you, Tamara. So the commission chair, the deputy attorney general are withholding and redacting their communications with Scott Nago and the Office of Elections staff. If the deputy attorney general represents the commission, what legal basis permits using attorney-client privilege to hide those communications from the commission?
I would have to seek counsel in order to make a sound judgment and call that is in the well-being of the position as well as representation of the officers in what would be allotted or not allotted. And then the commission would have to have discussion and determine how to move forward.
Follow-up question, Ralph?
Yeah, so that'd be something to look into if the chair and the attorney general can withhold information from the rest of the commission.
Right.
Thank
And again, I would think that because I'm not a legal attorney, that I would definitely seek legal guidance. And that is something that I have always done in the past to ensure that we are making sound and proper and legal decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara, did you have a question? Questions? Ms. Dalton, you're muted.
No questions.
Thank you. Lindsay Cam, did you have any questions for the candidate?
Well, I do want to say thank you for putting in your application. I also thought that your answers were really informative and just detailed enough to give an idea of how you would handle things. Also, I appreciate knowing that you have a background that would enable you to do all of that, maybe without a struggle. The one thing I want to ask is, we have been trying to get an audit, and we've been sort of thwarted at every chance. This is an audit of the Big Island ballot envelopes. And so right now we have been told that they can't be touched because it's in the 22-month period since the 2024 general election. But that after that 22-month period, that would be September. Of course, then we're going to be in the midst of a election. That then they would be available. And so we have tried to get the state auditor, to get the county itself to, we've tried all kinds of ways to make this audit happen. And I wonder if you have paid attention to any of those discussions, or if you have any thought about how an audit could be undertaken in a reasonable period of time.
Well, I think it would be reasonable to bring to the table a goal of when and how to accomplish this. I have witnessed the challenges, but just being an observer, I don't have privy to all the information that all the commissioners do. So in all fairness, I would need to look at all that has been gathered and review it and see what the legalities are of it. I think that using legal advice is more needed, as I see here, instead of just going off the cuff and battling. It needs to be a mature and professional process to make this happen, because we are talking about the constitutional rights of the voters, and we are also talking about the integrity for the state of Hawaii, as well as the Office of Elections. So there's a lot of key components that are in there. Fortunately, I do have access nationally to people who have experience in these areas, to where I could run those ideas by. First and foremost is to ensure that we are doing this by the law, and we have legal counsel to help and guide and move this process forward.
Thank you.
Have any other follow-ups, Lindsay?
No.
Ms. Osterkamp, or I'm sorry, Mr. Osterkamp. I'm sorry, Jeffrey, did you have questions?
Yes, I've got one.
Please.
So in your answer to question number 1, the rightful winner of the 2020 presidential election, you stated that the process concluded and that Joe Biden was certified as the winner by those lawful mechanisms. But you then demurred and stated that effectively you weren't going to provide your personal belief because your personal belief was not as important as other things. Do you in fact believe, setting aside who was actually certified as the winner in 2020, but do you actually believe that Joe Biden was the rightful winner of the 2020 presidential election?
Well, I appreciate that question, and I believe that that is kind of a cornering and trick question, because my opinion should not bear any weight on any decisions, regardless of whether it was a past election or a current election. I need to be objective and fair. The certified outcome was Joe Biden. That's the lawful result, and I accepted it. My job as chair isn't to relitigate elections. It's to make sure that Hawaii's process is so clean and transparent that we never have to have this argument again.
Yeah, so to be clear, you're not going to answer the question.
To be clear, that my personal feelings have nothing to do with the rules and the guidelines and the outcomes of an election that was already called in 2020.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so to be clear, you're not going to answer the question.
As I stated, to be clear, I am not going to give my opinion. My opinion doesn't matter. The results matter.
Okay, well, hopefully you'll understand if your opinion does matter to some of us.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have a follow-up question, Jeffrey?
Nope.
Thank you. Ms. Papalimu, did you have a question for the candidate?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Aloha, Tamara McKay.
Aloha.
Mackay, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. It's the Scottish way. My husband.
We go back a ways.
Mhm.
We have not always seen eye to eye,
Correct.
whether we sit in the same party or not.
Mhm.
I appreciate your answer for Mr. Osterkamp, because that's what I'm looking for. Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, looking to be in the position of chair. I am looking not for your personal opinion, but for your sound decision making. So my question, because I did read what you wrote, and I was very glad to read all of the candidates' answers. How are you coming along with Robert's Rules of Order?
Good.
Well, thank you for answering that. I think that from the very beginning, when I involved myself in the political world, that was something that I was forced to learn along with the bylaws. And in working with parliamentarians, such as one of the number 2 rated parliamentarian in the country, Al Gage, I have immediate access to someone like that, and I feel honored and privileged that I do have that if I do have any questions. So I believe, am I a licensed parliamentarian? No, but I do believe that I am extremely knowledgeable and have been put to the test on numerous occasions, um, as you know. And I've even learned quite a bit from you because I know that you are very savvy in Robert's Rules of Order as well.
So my follow-up, and I appreciate that because I do nothing but want to teach people. And I've watched you learn through your process. So it is so important in meetings to keep them professional. And I appreciate that you have been taking the time to grow in that area. So I'm thrilled for that. I don't have a follow-up question, but I will answer Mr. Osterkamp's question.
No, please. This is Ms. Mackay's interview. This is Ms. Mackay's interview. You can keep it on topic.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can start around again if Dylan had any follow-ups.
Not at this time, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Opponent, did you have anything?
No.
Ralph, did you have anything? You're muted.
Yeah, thanks. What are your thoughts on having our elections be verifiable?
All elections should be able to be verifiable.
Sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Dalton, did you have anything?
No.
Lindsay, did you have anything?
I actually thought of something, Chair. Could I ask a question?
Not yet. Lindsay, did you have anything else?
No, thank you. I'm good.
Thanks. Jeffrey, did you have a follow-up?
No.
Ms. Papalimo, did you have a follow-up?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Dylan, what did you have?
Thanks so much. Yes, obviously, you know, the commission is comprised of members from the majority party and then also the minority party, and the chair is going to have to work with both sides. And I know in your answers, what I gather is your ability to even within your own party call things out and be a leadership in that capacity. So can you just give us my question here is, how do you see yourself being able to manage and chair a commission that is, you know, comprised of majority and minority party members?
Well, the answer is very simple. It's principles over personality. You have to be fair, and I have been put in very difficult situations where personally I may not have cared for that person, but legally and per the bylaws or per Robert's Rules of Order, I had to make that call in all fairness. Because that's what we're supposed to do. It's not about opinions, it's about the law, it's about the bylaws, and it's about conducting a fair and transparent meeting. And that's where Robert's Rules of Order comes in. And that's what Robert's Rules of Order is for, is how to conduct a fair and organized meeting. And again, principles before personality.
Thank you. Did any other commissioner have a question of the candidate? Ms. Mackay, you have some time left. If you'd care for another 5 minutes of commentary. Did you have any other comments, Ms. Mackay?
I don't really. I do appreciate all of your time and your consideration, and I hope that the decision is made. I'm sure that everyone who is running has great intentions and wants to do a good job. I think that the people in the state of Hawaii deserve integrity and needs to trust the system, and they need to trust the process, and we need to honor the constitutional rights of voter integrity and being able to vote knowing that your vote does count, because that is our rights as citizens, regardless of your affiliation. And so I believe that I am a good candidate for this. I am very fair. I started a nonpartisan organization because I wanted to be inclusive of everybody, because we do have commonalities that everyone is concerned about in this state and the well-being of our future. and everybody's voice matters and everybody's voice should count. So I appreciate your time and your consideration. And if that's not it, I mean, if that's it, yeah, thank you again. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mackay. Wally Nishimura opted out of the 10:30 time slot. Ray, we offered it to Sherilyn Wells.
Yeah, I haven't heard back from Sherilyn after being offered that time slot, but I know that she's joining just by phone, and I do see some phone numbers in the gallery. So if that is Sherilyn Wells, I mean, I would have you raise your hand so that we're able to identify you. If not, then my assumption here is that Sherilyn has not joined and will not be doing the 10:30.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any hands, so yes, I think we can make the assumption that Sherilyn's on here.
Okay. Is Michael Yauk here? The 11 o'clock time slot?
Michael is here. We're sending him an audio request right now.
Thank you. Hey, good morning, Michael.
Good morning. It's afternoon here.
Okay, are you ready for your interview?
Yes, I am.
Then I would offer you 5 minutes for an introduction before we do the question and answer.
Okay, thank you. My introduction is basically, I guess, I've been involved with some of the election stuff that goes on here in the island. I actually ran for office. My background is actually I'm an engineer and I do heavy construction projects for the most part, vertical as well as horizontal. I work with all kinds of individuals. I work with contracts and requirements for contracts and that type of thing, and looking at how the laws are written for the elections. They need to be followed. And that's basically why I got involved. We need to follow all of the things, no matter what we use, mail-in ballots or paper ballots with same-day elections, or whatever the mechanism is. The safeguards need to be followed that are in legally in the laws and also the administration.
Correct.
That's all I got.
In that case, we'll start questions with Mr. Apana
No questions.
and Ralph Kushney.
You're muted.
Did Dylan have a chance?
We're rotating the alphabetical. He started, he'll be last this time. Mr. Apana started this time. You'll start next time.
Okay, my question is, the commission chair and the deputy attorney general are withholding and redacting their communications with Scott Nago and the Office of Elections staff. If the deputy attorney general represents the commission, what legal basis permits using attorney-client privilege to hide those communications from the commission?
Well, I don't know the legal ease of that, but in my work that I do, I'm open with everything and anything. I'm an open communicator. All of my stuff that I do is pretty much public, a lot of mostly public contracts. So everything is done with everything included. So my statement would be is all the folks that are on the commission need to be included with all communications. There's no reason for me to hide anything. And that's how I have always operated. I don't hide things. I'm very straightforward. And I think everyone should be included in whatever things that are going on with the commission. There should be no hidden agendas, hidden meetings, in trying to hide anything. This is not what we're about. We're here as an entity to do investigations.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up, Ralph?
Yeah, so in your opinion, does the Elections Commission represent the people, or should it be protection of the Office of Elections?
Well, it's in the middle. It works through Mr. Nago, but it actually is in place for the public to bring forward their questions and concerns, and to be, if they are valid, then they need to be investigated and looked into. So that's my idea. And from my understanding of researching is that's what the commission is here for.
Thank you. Ms. Dalton, did you have any questions?
No questions.
Lindsay Cam, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. I found your responses to the questions to be very brief and not very explanatory. And you have just, reiterated what you said, that you think that conducting elections according to the law is what we should be doing, and handling ballots according to the law, conducting audits according to the law, investigating things that seem wrong. But how? We don't seem to have very much agency about any of those things. We have been trying to get an audit conducted, and that hasn't happened. We don't have much authority when it comes to even finding out how ballots are handled. And so do you have any ideas about how to be more effective, how the commission could be more effective?
Well, you need to have Mr. Nago is in charge of all the elections and all the counties and everything else. Everything goes through him for how these elections are handled. And his office needs to be forthcoming with resources to be able to conduct the business that the commission is being tasked to do. So that either has to come through him or through the legislature and the AG's office to make it available. If you're not going to be able to do what the commission is there for, then why are we there? I mean, you need to have the resources to be able to do an investigation and to do audits and to ensure that the audits are done correctly. From my understanding and some of the audits that have been privy to, they're not following the laws or even rules for doing an audit. So those need to be done. And if they're not done, that needs to be taken through the AG's office and up through Mr. Nago. Everything runs through him as far as all the elections go.
True.
It is Kurt.
Lindsay, a follow-up?
No.
Mr. Osterkamp.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to ask you again about question 1. Which candidate do you believe was the rightful winner of the 2020 U.S. presidential election, and how certain are you about your answer? You responded, I believe there is enough creditable information from creditable sources suggesting that it should be investigated. Unless it is investigated, there will always be questions. What creditable information from credible sources are you referring to?
There's a myriad of credible information now, and all you have to do is do some research. With questionings about the states having extra ballots and ballots being done after the fact, running a bunch of ballots out of Phoenix and sent all over the country. There's a lot of information out. I've done a lot of research on it, and there's a lot of questions. So until those questions are answered, then there's always going to be a doubt. And whether I believe or whether you believe, evidently, I'm assuming that you believe that he's the rightful winner of the election, and that's fine. But until all of the questions, and there's a lot of questions on that election. That's the first election I've been in, and I'm 70 years old, that I've seen this type of thing go on. So it needs to be investigated and needs to be looked at. It has never been investigated. That's the problem. There's people on this island, and I live in Kauai, they don't vote. You know why they don't vote? Because their vote they don't believe counts. So until all this questions are answered, you're going to lose more and more people that have an interest in this process. And this is the most important process of all citizens in this country. So that's my answer.
Thank you. You have a follow-up, Jeffrey?
So you believe that there were a number of ballots produced in Phoenix that were then distributed across the country. Is that what you're telling us?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Runbeck ran ballots all over the country, legally and illegally.
Thank you. Ms.
You're welcome.
Papalimo, did you have a question? You're muted.
Yes, I did have a question. As the role of the chair, the job essentially is to direct meetings so that we can move forward and resolve issues that are brought to us by the people who attend the commission meetings. This is where we make decisions to investigate or not investigate. How is your parliamentary rule education in the ability to run meetings professionally?
Well, I've run a lot of meetings with a lot of public hearings, public meetings. I am familiar with Robert's rules and the parliamentary. I'm not a parliamentarian. I don't pretend to be. I am familiar with Robert's rules. I've been involved with them. Let me explain it this way. You need to behave yourself. A lot of times Robert's rules, from what my experience, are used as a weapon to shut down meetings and to drag them on forever so that nothing ever gets accomplished. That's not the reason for having Robert's rules. The meetings are to be done so that we can get something accomplished. And that's what the meeting is for. The meeting is not a game in Robert's rules. It's not a game in parliamentarian rules. It's not a game for these other rules that people want to do. The idea behind the meeting is to have people be heard, let them be heard, and not be interrupted and not be shut down using some of these rules that are used to run a meeting.
Thank you very much. No follow-up.
Okay, Mr. Andrian.
Yes, thank you so much for submitting your name for your candidacy here. My question is the same from the first interview. Can you give us an idea of how much involvement you've had with this Elections Commission, specifically showing up to meetings, testifying, submitting public testimony over the past few years?
I have not attended your meetings. My wife attends your meetings on a regular basis. I work. So to sit through 4 and 6 hour meetings is not on my agenda, especially during the day. So I do have a job, although I'm trying to retire, which I am working at. So to sit through your meetings, I have to say, no, I don't. And from what I've seen, it's very disappointing from my information and from people that have been involved with sitting through the meetings from the public's point of view. It's not supposed to be a game. It's not supposed to be trying to shut things down. It's supposed to be in the position so that people ask the questions, they raise the things, and we move on. You don't get to stop someone from talking. You don't get to interrupt. And that's part of the game that gets played with I got a point of order, point of this, point of that. That's the reason that it's done, and it needs to stop. And that's what I'll say on that. The meetings are, I've never been involved with the 4 to 6 hour meetings except with the Republican Party, and it's the same stuff that goes on there that went on at this meeting.
Thank you for your response. So my follow-up would be, isn't that a concern that you have not been a part of these meetings? And I would expect the chair, our new chair, to be abreast and caught up with everything that we've been going through, familiar with all the 4 to 6 hour content. And you just said, you don't have that kind of time. What assurance or confidence can you give this body that you're the right fit for this if you don't have the time and you have not attended these meetings previously?
Well, I will make the time if I'm in this position. I'm semi-retired. I'm 70 years old. So if I have a meeting that I need to attend, but as a chair, 4 to 6 hour meetings are ridiculous. They are. They need to be shortened, and you need to stay on task. You need to try to accomplish the things that you have on your agenda, and you need to try to stick to the agenda. If you're going to have something go on that needs to be pushed, push it. But you need to stick to the agenda. Everyone's time is important. All of the people on the commission, your time is important. The people that sit through this thing for 4 to 6 hours, their time is important. They're setting that time aside because it is important for them to speak to you folks as the commission. I mean, that's a lot of time on a regular basis. And we need to take their time into account as well as your time. And if it's a waste of time, that needs to be looked at and taken under consideration. Say, no, we can't be doing this. We have a time frame. We cannot be arguing back and forth, wasting people's time. It's not productive. You get to say your thing and then you get to move on.
Thank you for your answer.
Mr. Apana, did you have any additional questions?
No, I don't.
Ralph?
No, I don't.
Barbara? Lindsay?
I'm fine, thank you.
Jeffrey?
Nope.
Ms. Papalimo?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Dylan?
No further questions. Thank you.
Michael, you have another 5 minutes of commentary if you're interested.
No, I only have a couple of things to say. I did run for office, and I put that in the questionnaire. And to touch on some of the other things that were brought up, if the information is not produced, and I had this happen when I asked for the curing records, if it's not produced legally, it does not exist. So if someone who has that information does not produce it for whatever reason, the legal part of that is that the information does not exist. And if that information does not exist, you are in violation of the election laws, because you must follow the rules, you must document, and you must save that documentation. The stuff about we don't have it, we don't have access to it, this is 2 years later, and they still have not produced it, which means to me and to everyone listening, they do not have that information. And if they do not have that information, they are in violation. And if they're in violation, it's the commission's duty to investigate that and find out why.
In conclusion, thank you.
Thank you.
I see we have Sherilyn Wells with her hand up. I'd invite her to be the next candidate if she's available, and give her the 11 o'clock slot, which we're early for. Miss Wells?
Aloha, Chair. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't get to my phone quickly enough to take you up on that earlier offer, but thanks for accommodating me now. And I know I submitted a massive amount of information, probably due to my background in having created a newspaper, written for it as a reporter, edited it, taught classes at a university, so the educator in me always comes to the forefront. And I appreciate your patience in going through what I presented. And I'd like to, go to questions right now, because I'm sure you probably have quite a few.
You have 5 minutes introduction on your values and experience, if you'd like to elaborate. Otherwise, we can go to questions. You have 5 minutes now.
All right. Well, sure. Well, I will simply add, I have been a candidate for public office, which was probably one of the most eye-opening things I ever attempted. It was for a county council seat in a different state. And I have everlasting appreciation for anyone who attempts to run for office after that experience. It was grueling, and it was pre-electronic software era. So we didn't have to contend with the issues that are hot around that topic right now. What else I would add is that, as you could again no doubt tell, I am a strong advocate for transparency on all levels in all matters, and I disagree very strongly with the sealing records for 22 months. That's a complete misread of the statute. And I did practice pro se environmental law, so I'm not a constitutional attorney, but I can read statutes. And it's clear from Department of Justice guidance documents, where they include examination of ballots along with preservation and maintenance, that the three can be concurrent. The 22-month period is simply when the ballots must be retained. After that, they can be legally dumped. They can be eliminated. So I think it's very important that you press this issue forward in whatever way you see fit. And if it means removing somebody from their role because they're standing in the way of that happening, then that has to happen. The people of Hawaii must come first in all of these matters, and securing their elections, making sure all the processes run according to federal code and state statute is mandatory. So.
Thank you. We'll start questions with Ralph. You're muted. Ralph, you're muted. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. The commission chair and the deputy attorney general are withholding and redacting their communications with Scott Nago and the Office of Elections staff. If the deputy attorney general represents the commission, what legal basis permits using attorney-client privilege to hide those communications from the commission?
There is no legal basis for that. You are fully responsible for the election officer, as was made very apparent when I read the statutes about your control of that office. He can be fired without you having to state a specific cause. The last time I read the statute, and I think I forwarded an email to you regarding that point at one point. But in order to do your job of overseeing this election officer properly, you must have access to all information that he is receiving and acting from. And to have protected communications with some other department of the state is unacceptable. That puts you in a vulnerable position for things that may later arise from that conversation that you were not fully privy to, but which you ultimately hold responsibility for. So I would say there should be no redaction, and redaction suggests that there was something to hide, which goes exactly against the Sunshine Law, the transparency that we were seeking to restore. So that would be my answer.
Thank you.
Follow up, Ralph?
No.
Ms. Dalton, did you have any questions?
No.
Ms. Cam, did you have questions?
Sure. Thank you very much for submitting your application. It was very interesting to read what you wrote and all the information that you collected. I can tell that you take it seriously and that you're very well informed. And I believe that you are right, what you just said a couple minutes ago about the 22-month rule, that that it's being applied in a way to keep us from auditing those ballot envelopes. And so I wonder if you were in fact elected to be the chair of the commission and the 22-month rule is up in September. Do you have any ideas about how you would move the needle there and bring about an audit of those ballot envelopes from Hawaii County?
So when you're talking about the ballot, are you talking about the ballot envelopes or about I'm not totally clear about which.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
It's what we have been trying to bring about is a count of the ballot envelopes, not an analysis of the ballots, just counting the envelopes to see if there are in fact as many physical envelopes as there were mail-in ballots counted, more or less within the margin of error.
Well, unfortunately, I have to give you an answer that I'm sure a few of you don't want to hear, which is I see the elections officer working actively against you in that regard. And because you have responsibility for him, you control his role. If he is performing in that way where he is not supporting your efforts to restore legitimate elections to Hawaii, but is actively interfering with it, then you have to find a different elections officer. And you could always appeal. I know we're attempting to keep the federal government out of seeing our voter rolls, another very suspicious action. If there's nothing to hide, why not provide the information? So, you have the right now, today, to say, thank you for your service, Scott Nagle. Position is now open. We're accepting candidates, because we do have another very important election coming up, and it needs to be run by somebody who stands for the premises of the Constitution in regards to protecting the rights of the citizens to a fair and transparent and legitimate election.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Osterkamp.
Yes, so I'm going to ask you the same kind of question as with the others. I see that you submitted what appears to be dozens of pages of testimony in response to the question regarding the 2020 election. And in fact, you reframed the question somewhat. Could you summarize your answer?
Sure. In October of 2024, I became aware that there was new information relating to the 2020 elections. And because my other family members have a history of being affiliated, I'm trying to be circumspect here, affiliated with intelligence agencies and international law enforcement, that caught my attention. And I forwarded the 16-minute video to you. But basically, it was the result of an investigation, a special operations investigation. Agent Martin Rodil and former CIA station chief, 3 times station chief, Gary Berntsen, who they were tracking the money laundering being done by Cartel de los Soles. And their whistleblowers inside the system kept saying, you need to be looking at elections. And so finally, they started to do that. And it took a while to, as they called it, acquire assets, people who are inside the organization who were willing to talk about it. But what they revealed is that dating back to 2006, election software that is virtually undetectable had started to be installed in electronic machines around the United States, beginning in Chicago, and I think there was one place back east that was also, and now it's in 72 countries. And the Venezuelan software engineers, 3 of them who were responsible for the original software that was provided to Maduro so that he could overcome his referendum in 2004. That group has grown considerably, and they were able to get, in terms of what Gary referred to, a busload of whistleblowers, because apparently these are people of conscience who are uncomfortable interfering in the legitimate elections of, other nations. And Tulsi Gabbard referred to this evidence in April of 2025. So I went on a deep dive into that material, found multiple instances where, in fact, Clint Curtis testified to you, at least in 2024, if not before or after that, I'm not sure of all the times, where he said, your system is vulnerable. And he is the gentleman who testified to Congress around the year 2000 that he had been tasked with writing a program to alter an election outcome, 4951, and he was able to do so. And he said, you won't be able to find it. And the reason is because between the time the voter touches the place on the screen and gets their result, to the time it's actually recorded, there is a program that moves in and changes the result. That's one way. Apparently there are 14 different ways to interfere with ballot recordings. And they don't use all of them all at once. They will use a mixture of different types of interference. so that from one area to the next, it doesn't look like there's any kind of consistent method of interfering. But it's very clear. I mean, our Director of National Intelligence, which is probably one of the highest security or access to secure information positions that you can have within the government, has confirmed our elections are being hacked. And I know they're looking into it, and I expect, you know, in the future that we will be seeing the results of their investigation. I've read a little bit of the testimony, heard a little bit of the testimony, which is offered with the identity being protected of the Venezuelan software engineer. And in fact, they used a translator's voice to give his answer, because these people are at risk. The Cartel de los Soles is not a friendly organization, to say the least. And a lot of people were scared to come out against them. But luckily, we now have a federal government that is taking them on. And it's basically 5 countries form the central core. It's Cuba, China, Venezuela, Serbia, and Iran. And it's very interesting to note that 4 of those countries have recently been, shall we say, interacting with the United States. So I have to wonder, is that somehow connected to the knowledge that we acquired about what they were doing to election systems? Does that answer your question?
Jeffrey, you had follow-up?
No follow-up. Thank you.
Ms. Papalimo, did you have a question? Ms. Papalimo?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
No, I did not.
Thank you. Dylan, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you so much, Sherilyn, for submitting your name. Want to ask you the same question I asked the other candidates. Can you give us an overview of your participation with this commission, the times you've attended, how abreast you are, your public testimony over the past few years?
Sure. As you are probably aware, most of my testimony has been regarding my interactions with Scott Nago and the ways that I feel like the law was not being followed. You may be thoroughly tired of hearing me keep bringing those issues up, but that's been overall the main focus, although of course I did testify on the sealed versus preserve and maintain issue and maybe a few other times. It has depended on my work schedule as to whether or not I can attend in person. So there's been a limitation that way, but I have oftentimes gone back and listened to the video afterwards. And if you were to select me as chair, I would see to it that that Wednesday timeframe was made sacrosanct in terms of no other work commitments for that time period. But before I end, I just wanted to thank you, Dylan, for that extraordinary PIG report that you made. That was an excellent piece of work on your part. I mean, you proved yourself to be quite the researcher, the detective, and the reporter all together when you and the others on your team brought that forward. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you so much. No follow-ups to this question.
Thanks. Mr. Apana?
None.
Okay. Ralph, did you have something else?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Barbara, anything else? Did any commissioner have any other question? In that case, Sherilyn would offer you another 5 minutes in closing.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to present my opinions to you. I know some of them are worded a bit more strongly than many of the other candidates. I recognize that. But that's because I have a passion for seeing to it that our nation is preserved and restored. Our Constitution has been under attack. Obviously, our elections are under attack, as we now know for sure, thanks to the report that I referenced before, and the fact that the DOJ, the ODNI, and perhaps the FBI as well, are all interviewing these witnesses and expert election manipulation software engineers. So This is a crucial time in our history. This is not like any other. We literally are attempting to pull ourselves back from a precipice. I think I referred to it in an email to somebody else's. Our nation and our Constitution were very nearly kicked over the edge into a burn pit. And it came very close. But now, and this is not a party issue. This is an issue of every election deserves to be run legitimately according to, making every vote recorded correctly, every vote counted correctly, and then let the will of the people speak. It's not about one position or another. It's about a process that has to be restored to full integrity. And I think the only way to do that is to, if you have ever referred to Captain Seth Keshel's 10 points to true election integrity, he lays out the 10 points that are absolutely essential to reversing this slippery slope that we've been on, in which we've installed virtually every way that the system can be cheated, can be manipulated. We're a poster child for how to do it improperly, and we need to take back that mistake and make ourselves into a role model for the rest of the country about how to do elections properly, and then let the people speak. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Aloha.
Thank you. Aloha.
Is Mr. Wiseman available? Mr. David Wiseman, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Chair, he's on the call. We're sending him a request. Perfect.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Very well. May it please the Honorable Chairman and Commissioners, I am David Wiseman, a retired judge and applicant for the upcoming vacancy of the chair of this commission. The application process is a first for me in that I have never experienced applying for a position that required many hours of time in answering the several questions the commission required, reviewing many materials relevant to the election commission, preparing for and now sitting for an interview to compete against several others applicants for the said position of chair, which, not incidentally, is a volunteer and pro bono position. However, my lifelong passion to continue my decades of public service has outweighed the inconveniences I encountered, and I'm very interested in working in and assisting the public and government sector through this honorable commission with my decades of experience. Mahalo for this opportunity to speak about why I have applied to serve as chair of the Hawaii State Election Commission. I take this commission and its chair requirement process very seriously. Therefore, before answering any questions from commissioners, I'm compelled to state the following due to my reverence for government boards and commissions, and in particular, this commission, because of the significant impact it has on the lives of every resident in Hawaii. This proceeding should not continue unless and until the commission disqualifies 2 of the 8 applicants who did not comply with the vacancy announcement requirement. The candidates submit a resume as well as a letter of interest, and 2 did not submit a resume upon information and belief. My compliments to the current chair for his awareness at the May 6th meeting and attempted action to disqualify the 2 for non-compliance. Unfortunately, a motion by the commissioner to this effect did not receive any support. This inaction puts the entire process in jeopardy because it can adversely affect the public trust and confidence in all the commission's future actions. The state of Hawaii has approximately 170 boards, commissions, and committees established by statute, by executive order, or by rule or other. and all of which impact to some degree the lives and well-being of either individuals, a group of people, or all the residents of Hawaii. One of the commissions that impact all the Hawaii residents is this election commission, since among other functions, it will decide and oversee the propriety and legality of election results by voters exercising their constitutional right to choose their leadership. It does not seem possible for the commission to make a fair, impartial, and informed selection without reviewing the resumes of every applicant. In addition, there's an element of unfairness due to the unequal treatment which every board and commission is mandated to give to the applicants who did comply with the requirements of said announcement. The integrity of the selection process for commissioners is critical to public trust and confidence. The public's trust and confidence in the commission's actions must be won beyond reproach in order for it to be attained. By proceeding today without disqualifying the two non-compliant applicants will result in the public perception of the integrity of the commission being compromised. In my more than half a century of working in, with, and for governments, I am not aware of any instance where a major non-compliance such as we have here has been disregarded. I ask the commission to consider this before proceeding today. However, the commission does proceed today, then I offer the following to support my application. For general background information, I grew up in Boston, a multi-ethnic city, which gave me lots of experience with hardworking men and women of all races, religions, backgrounds, and political perspectives. After putting myself through law school with a little help from a veterans benefit, I spent many years in business and living on different islands in the Caribbean and the Pacific Islands, residing in a total of 6 different islands. Island life does require mutual collaboration to maintain what can be a delicate existence. As an attorney for many years, I represented numerous government and private entities as detailed in my submitted documents. This involved counseling clients, attending, and in many cases, chairing and managing numerous meetings with public and private. Being in the judiciary for decades also gave me extraordinary experience in the management of numerous people and issues, the majority of which were very contentious, that came before my packed court daily. Here in Hawaii, my participation in public service has continued by serving several island and state committees, as detailed in my submissions, which included, among several others, chairing the Hawaii County Board of Ethics, a member of the County Merit Appeals Board, and a member of the Board of Appeals, all for the county, as well as several non-governmental entities. I pride myself in having a distinguished decades-long career in public service, complemented by integrity, sound judgment, and a high ability to remain calm under pressure, along with a genuine commitment to serving the public interest. I would always adhere in my practice and in my life, in profession, to a guide managing meetings or chairing meetings in and out of court. And that was laid down by the ancient Greek philosopher Socrates. He said, listen courteously, answer wisely, consider soberly, and decide impartially. I believe this commission would benefit from me as chairman with my vast experience and the wisdom I've acquired throughout my career in general and in particular in chairing and managing numerous meetings, public and private. I stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Weissman. We'll start with Barbara Dalton. Do you have questions, please?
No questions.
Lindsay Cam.
Okay. Thank you for submitting your application. I wanted to ask, you said that one of your goals, or perhaps your main goal, would be to review our electoral system to ensure that it's consistent with modern practices. And I'm just wondering, what do you mean by that? What modern practices, what does that mean?
Well, to get the best, I mean, the goal of the commission will be to ensure the reliability, the verification, the accuracy, and the system used for people to vote. And those have to be certified, checked, even audited. In the state statute 11-7, I noticed there are numerous duties, including the succinct, unrelenting oversight of the director who the commission does appoint. And that is so important. Within 2 months, I think he has to give a report, which I think was being done in some way at the last May 6th meeting. So there's, you know, you can never be the best, but you can always be better. And that's my goal, to be better at election. I handled several election challenges as a judge. I had 120 election challenges where nothing could be certified, unlike the general law, which does say elections, the vote must be tallied. And even if there's some challenge to it. But in any event, I had that, and I had a residential problem where there were several voters claiming residence from an island that no one even lived on. So, and I did revise the election law for the government. And where I was a very new government. I mean, it became a commonwealth. In Micronesia, the geographic area of Micronesia after World War II was established under the Trust Territory of the Pacific Islands under the oversight of the United Nations. The United Nations trustee, there were 11 of them. After World War II, the United States was a strategic trustee of that one. The other ones were the Marshall Islands and so on and so on. In any event, they opted in for a U.S. Commonwealth in 1978. I was there in 77. So I was there field enrolled as Peace Corps. And then I got involved in the legislature and helped form many things, including the elections, because they were really from old school election style there.
Okay.
Follow up, Lindsay?
Yeah, yes, there was one other phrase that puzzled me. I think in the same section you talked about the goal is to be an independent buffer between politics and the ballot box. And
That's
I'm
right.
not sure I understand what that means.
Well, in other words, the politics of the day, the week, the month, the year will not have any influence on me whatsoever. In other words, it's the election, like everything else is not there. It's just what counts, what is important for the reliability, for the verification of votes, and for going forward.
And what
also
would you
answering any complaints that come along with dignity and time, and give everyone time, and on an expedited basis, of course.
What would you rely on to determine that everything was, reliable and accurate and so forth?
Well, there are many checks and balances in place. The signature guarantees, verification. There are many in place. I'm not privy to all of them.
Right.
But
Okay.
I do know there are many, and they can be improved. And that would be my goal, to seek out some of the best and try to improve wherever possible. And, when it comes to any election fraud alleged, there's always going to be that. There's always going to be allegations. But, election fraud, if you look at the Heritage Foundation and the Brennan Center, and there's one other one, the Brookings Institution. And as you know, the Heritage Foundation is an extremely conservative outfit. And they have calculated elections going back 2 decades, some of them. And they come out with hardly any election fraud. 0.00004, something like that. So it's really, it's a minuscule. But of course, it's always something to watch out for, and we have to be, the election commission has to be on top of that through the election director. And these are the things that take constant oversight by this commission, I think, to make sure that the director has all these checks and balances in place. And if there's more checks and balances to be implemented, by all means, the commission can implement them.
No, we can't. We can ask that they be implemented. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, Commissioner.
Mr. Osterkamp,
No questions.
Ms. Papalimu. You're muted.
Thank you very much for applying for this position. I have a question in regards to your many, many years on the bench, where you are the one that makes the decision on what gets done. And that you are the one that is able to provide justice for people. In the role of a chair, with the only thing that we have is oversight. And very clearly, our chief elections officer has stated publicly that they can recommend whatever they want. I don't have to listen. How do you see the role as chair and your many, many years of being the decision maker going to balance with what the role of the chair in this commission is?
First of all, Commissioner, the many years, it comes down to 15 years on the Commonwealth Trial Court, out of which during the 15 years, 14 years as a designated judge for the United States Federal Court, the District Court, Northern Marianas. The other 5 years I was a special judge on call, so I wasn't full-time judge. With respect to what you're saying is there has to be a consensus. A chair needs to try to reach a consensus. And in the numerous mediations I had, there has to be, it's usually all about attitude. I've had settlement conferences, tens of millions of dollars, et cetera. And it's all about attitude, which doesn't, it doesn't come in a bottle like the spice of life. I mean, it's really attitude. And I've been successful in approaching this from more or less a holistic point of view and trying to give everyone will always have an opportunity to speak their mind, subject to any rules or parliamentary procedures that prohibit it. But I wouldn't have any problem in trying to, my goal would be to try to get people together. I mean, as this commission was established, it was 4 from each party. Well, that could leave a lot to be desired, but that's how it is in many states that don't use a Secretary of State and use election commissions. But election commissions are governed by usually the standard of ethics and the rules. So you have parliamentary law on one side, which says this, and then you have the ethics law, which says, oh, it might be legal, but hey, you shouldn't do that. So I'm very approachable. I don't have any ego trips. I don't have any side baggage. And politics to me, when I grew up, I mean, I think I grew up, FDR was still just leaving office, I think, aging myself. But in any event, there was never waking up in the morning, are you right? Are you left? Are you Democrat? Are you Republican? Are you conservative? Are you liberal? Are you this? Are you that? I didn't grow up with any of that, and stood with me. And I always maintained the independent perspective toward people running for office or in government. So I don't I'm very approachable. And again, I hope I answered your question. If not, please let me know.
I have a follow-up question. With your many years
Sure.
of jurisprudence and lawyering, what is your opinion on the rule, on the 22-month rule of holding ballots? Do you believe that that means they are to be retained so that they are accessible during that 22 months in order to audit? Or do you believe, as is being said, that we cannot touch them, look at them, open them until those 22 months of retention are over with? And then after that legal time of retention, we may let you have them. What would be your legal opinion or jurisprudence opinion on that?
Well, in the absence of reviewing the statute and any promulgated rules that are in effect, I would like to know the reason for the 22 months. When the reason for the rules cease to exist, the rules should cease to exist. So I would really like to check out that. It does seem like a inordinate amount of time, 22 months. I mean, what happens during that 22 months? I don't know. I'm not familiar with that rule, but it does seem excessive. But again, I would need to know the foundations for creating such a rule. And is that, may I ask you, Commissioner, is that a rule of the director, the commission, or the statute? Do you know?
It's an elections law that all
Federal.
ballots must be retained for 22 months. And then after 22 months, they can be gotten rid of. And so we are trying, the Elections Commission, this is a big thing with the Elections Commission right now, is that we are trying to audit some of those ballots that are under retention. And we are being told legally that they can't be touched while they're being held. And I believe, that's my opinion, that is not true. That they're there for a reason, and that they can be looked at and then put back and be retained for the legal amount of 22 months. And then whatever they do after that is up to the Office of Elections. But to say that we cannot audit those while they're in retention, to me, is not what the law is saying. It's a separate reading of how the rule is written. So I would just encourage you to look into that. Should you get this position, that will be one of the very biggest things you will be dealing with. So thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate your answers.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'd like to say in response to some of those statements that I did review the election law this morning. I did see a provision there. I scanned over it, but I did see something in there for audit, that the commission has a right to do audits. In fact, it's even encouraged to do audits. I didn't see the 22 months, but I do think it's excessive without some really, really strong ground reason for that rule. And by all means, the commission should be able to audit those within the 22 months. And not
I
wait
agree
for
with
the
you. Thank
22
you so
months.
much.
Thank you.
Dylan, you have questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Wiseman. Wanted to ask the same question I asked the other candidates here. Can you give us an overview of your involvement and your participation with this commission, whether in attendance or public testimony over the past few years?
Yeah, I've only listened to 2 hearings. I listened to the May 6th hearing, and I listened to one, I think it was some time ago, about a year ago.
Okay, thank you for your answer. My follow-up, my follow-up would be, what confidence can you give the members of this body that you're abreast and ready to lead the body? We just heard, you're not very familiar with the 22-month rule. Are you familiar with terms like SBRS and CVR, with HRS 3177453, with HRS 3177762? These are things that I would expect our new chair to be very familiar with and come in with the foreknowledge of. And so if you've not been a regular part of this body, I want to give you the opportunity to express to us what confidence you can give us that you're ready to lead.
Sure, very good question. And all these terms I'm not familiar with. However, like any other thing going into, including this, as I stated earlier, preparing for this interview, which is the first in my life, I reviewed a lot of material, and any chair going in should absolutely take a few days or whatever it takes to review everything. And I would go back to probably 5 years of hearings and review every one of them and get familiar with that. So again, a great question, and by all means, a chair should be familiar with that. And of course, any chair would have some time before the next meeting to get into this, and they definitely should give it a priority.
Follow up, Dylan? Anything else?
Thank you for your answer.
Mr. Apana?
No.
Mr. Kushney?
Thank you, Chair. I have the same question to start with. The Commission Chair, the Deputy Attorney General are withholding redacting their communication with Scott Nago and the Office of Election Staff. If the Deputy Attorney General represents the Commission, what legal basis permits using attorney-client privilege to hide those communications from the Commission?
I can't think of any. And Mr. Kushney, I have some friends, Kushney name out in Saipan. Douglas Kushney, any relation?
Yes.
Late Douglas, yeah. We worked together for many years. And Jeannie, who also late, Jeannie Sakovich. In any event, I don't see a privilege there. Attorney-client privilege is usually doesn't go between boards and commissions and the Attorney General's office. I'd like to see what privilege they're claiming, and I would definitely pursue it and pursue the claim of this commission to get those. Is a director refusing that on that basis to give you anything?
Yes, the chair and the Deputy Attorney General are withholding the communications. And specifically, there's communications when we're trying to get complaints heard on the agenda. And the staff will say, what should I do with this complaint? I FOIA'd the monthly correspondence, and the staff will write, this is Commissioner Kushney's third request to get this on the agenda. What should I do? And then everything's redacted. So we're saying that all of the communications to the Elections Commission should be shared. Nothing should be private. And they're redacting that and withholding that from the commission and the public.
Yeah, and Commissioner Kushney, with respect to withholding anything, although I think the chair, from my witnessing a reviewer, listening into the last hearing, I think he does a very good job in managing the hearings. However, as far as holding, in my answer, my written answer submission, I put in there that absolutely every commissioner should be entitled to see what goes on. The chair is there to manage, move things along, and listen to complaints. It just is a variety of duties, but it doesn't include the prerogative of keeping something from other commissions. And I don't see any authority for that. I don't know of any authority. And if I was chair and a deputy director said, well, the Attorney General told me, I said, I want in writing, let me see his authority for telling me I can't get those documents. So I'm very, and a chair is an equal commissioner with the elevated status of conducting meetings, not to hold anything.
Yeah, that's been one of our issues with these meetings, and that this information is being withheld from us. So I got a second follow-up question. So there's an old saying that actions speak louder than words. In your written response to the chair position, you stated, when a complaint or violation is brought before the commission, the chair must ensure that they are investigated thoroughly and transparently. If there are any false narratives, they must be debunked by hard data while not appearing dismissive of citizens' legitimate concerns. In your October 2025, you appeared before the commission to oppose returning to in-person voting. And the primary research you presented was a Google AI search. So why should the commission trust your judgment when your testimony relied on a Google search instead of the hard data, testimony, and evidence that had been presented to the commission over the last several years?
Mr. Cushing, you know, the AI phase that's sweeping the whole world now, everything in AI, where does it come from? It comes from our information. In fact, we should all be entitled to a share of every AI company that gets information from us. I'm not familiar with doing a Google search. However, you know, I do think the commission, I didn't mention it there, but the commission has the right to hold hearings, which it should do immediately. And if there's any merit, any viability to any claim, by all means, hear it expeditiously. And Mr. Cushing, while we're talking, you know, there's a high gold standard for transparency, along with the need to avoid the appearance of impropriety. Indeed, the Hawaii Ethics Commission, the state commission, has often noted that while recusal might not be required by law for internal leadership votes, members may choose to leave the room during the discussion to ensure the outcome is seen as objective as possible. The integrity of the selection process for commissioners is critical to public trust and confidence. The appearance of impropriety, which I've used many times throughout my career, it occurs when actions may seem questionable to an outside observer, regardless of the actual intent or outcome. In public appointments, maintaining not only actual integrity, but also the perception of fairness is essential. And I think by you participating here is putting a real taint on that integrity in that public perception. Forgive me, I'm sure you are, you know, well-intentioned and you're very competent and professional, but this is something, appearance of propriety. And almost all commissions are governed by, this commission is governed by the Hawaii State Ethics Board. And you should recuse yourself from any review, questioning, or evaluation of other applicants. It gives you an edge. You are a boss in a sense because you're a commissioner interviewing me. At the same time, you are a peer, a rival, and a competitor. You had the advantage of seeing information before, so you could use it and develop a plan to benefit your own application. And although you have the right to vote, that doesn't mean it avoids the appearance of impropriety by you or transparency by you participating today. And there's a tremendous body of law on this.
Are you familiar with any of the information that the commission was discussing before it voted to return to in-person voting, and the reason for them for returning to in-person voting? Are you familiar with any of the specific issues that were discussed prior to that vote being taken?
No. I'm having trouble with my hearing.
Would you like me to repeat that?
Please.
No, the question is, as I faintly heard it, was, have I discussed the mail-in voting with any commissioners?
No. My question is, were you familiar with any of the issues that the commission has been discussing regarding the mail-in voting? So for instance, the Big Island had records for receiving 57,000 ballots. The state reported counting 76,000 ballots. Those specifics, were you familiar with any of those before you testified in October?
No.
So you debunked the decision of
You,
the,
you said October.
yes, you testified to the commission in October.
I'd have to review my testimonies. I don't believe I was familiar with it, but I didn't know about those the alleged votes that you claim, the excessive votes that you claim.
So, and what I'm getting to is that in your written statement, you said that you have to debunk things with hard data. And what you did was a Google AI search, and you said that in your testimony in October. I got a transcript of it. You're citing the AI data versus what we were specifically talking about prior to making the vote. And I'm asking, how can the commission trust your judgment if you're not digging into the hard data?
Well, when we speak of judgment, Mr. Cushing, first of all, I think you had a lot more than one question allowed the commissioners, but more importantly is your refusal to try to reach that high gold standard that this commission should. Remember, out of 170 commissions, no commission stands as of such a high order as this commission because of the lives it affects. You go before ethics commission, maybe one or two people affected or a group of people. You go before the planning, so on and so on. But this commission affects everyone's vote, everyone's choice of, and you is a high gold standard. And you're ignoring that. You're mitigating the trust, public trust. You're mitigating the public confidence, and by doing this, it's not right. You're a rival. You're a competitor, and your legal counsel is right. In Hawaii state ethics, they only, the Hawaii code, ethics code, only prohibits pecuniary personal interest. A financial interest. This is a personal interest for you. Although it's not, you don't have financial interest because no one's getting paid here.
Thank you. Barbara, did you have a question?
No.
Okay, honest.
Lindsay, did you have another question?
No, thank you.
Jeffrey?
Nope.
Ms. Papalimu?
Nope, thank you.
Dylan, did you have any follow-ups?
No follow-up.
Kimo?
Nope.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes to close, Mr. Weisman.
No, I'll just submit on. I'll just go on my submissions.
Thank you for your time.
I don't have anything to add except I know I could be a good chair, listen to everyone, and deal with the importance, the high order of the elections that this commission is charged with overseeing, the director, etc.
Thank you, sir.
I don't have anything more.
Thank you.
Guys, good.
Thank you for your time.
Is Wendell Ilento available? Mr. Wendell Ilento. He's our 12 o'clock scheduled, and we're a bit early.
Hi, my name is Wendell Ilento.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you.
We'd offer you 5 minutes to comment, and then questions, and then 5 minutes in closing.
Oh,
welcome.
Great.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. I'm a grandfather and a father, and that's pretty much my main reason why I even put myself and my family in this position to even volunteer to be a election commission chair, of which my family dreads. But I just wanted to do it because One is I'm a former lieutenant commander in the United States Navy. I have a lifelong commitment to protecting the Constitution, from enemies from within and without. I'm not saying that we have a lot of enemies, but there's a lot of things going on that caught my attention. I wasn't political, saying that, oh, I'm a Republican or Democrat, even though I was a registered Democrat when I was 18. But I was looking at leaders because I went to the Naval Academy. We were measured on leadership. Everything we did was, learning how to be the leader you're supposed to be. And so when I evaluated our own president, President Carter, and some of the things he did while I was in college, and at the same time, when I graduated from college, I saw President Reagan. It was like night and day. This wasn't a Democrat or Republican decision. I said I wanted to follow the better leader. And so I became a Republican because I just love what Reagan stood for. And he stood for strength, just a really different kind of government. Okay, so with that in mind, I just want to share with you, that was my background. And I came upon the only this recently, last 4 or 5 years on this whole election thing, because I started to see government voting themselves raises, okay, during COVID, voting for raises for themselves, and just recently more raises, yeah. And this is at a time where, Democrats as well as Republicans saying that inflation is higher, we're having a hard time. So I started looking at the way we spend money, and I just started saying, oh, there's questions, and how could I participate in this process? Because there are too many questions, so I zeroed in on elections. My first election experience, election commission, was 2020. And all I asked was, I was listening to all the testimony by those who gave their testimony, okay? It wasn't things weren't really that stood out, but the thing that stood out was, what about verifiable paper trace, paper trail of ballots? Can I get my ballot, can I make sure it went to the right person? And I raised up this issue in a letter after that particular commission meeting. And this is what inspired me to just dig into the whole process. Now, I'm just a regular guy. I'm still working a full-time job, and I'm going to perform this job as a volunteer, and I'm still working my job. This is beautiful Sand Island where I'm at. I work in fire alarm systems. Anyway, so I just want to say, while I was just giving in a letter, a presentation to the Office of Elections, guess who responded to my letter? Okay, 3 Deputy Attorney General officers responded to my letter as a nobody, okay? Just asking, can my vote be traced, verifiably? Was there a paper trail? And they wrote this 3, 4, 5-page letter. And the first paragraph says, we're not speaking on behalf of the Office of Elections. And I thought, well, why the hell are you writing to me then? And this is the thing that I got to me and inspired me. You mean the state government is a bunch of thugs that's trying to bully me to not speak up? Okay, so, and I'm sorry, I know you guys are there and you guys work for the government, but that was me as an order person saying, why are they trying to bully me with 3 guys, Department AG guys, writing this letter, not on behalf of OE, to tell me I'm wrong, but I'm right. There should be a verifiable paper trail. That's in the law, federal and state. Okay, so I started digging. So I got involved with the Election Commission by just listening to their testimony. And so there's no accountability. And I just saw that, oh my gosh, these meetings go on and on and on. I don't know if you ever looked at the transcripts. Well, I think Dylan Adrian would ask me, how many hours have I spent with being at these meetings? Well, up until 18 months ago, I probably looked at each meeting probably 3 times because I transcribed. I use tools to transcribe all these meetings to get exact verbiage, the written matter. And some of my questions was, how come we're not keeping written minutes? And there was in 2022 an argument, which is in a state law that you have to have written minutes. The Office of Elections, as well as the Election Commission, wanted to get rid of minutes and use summaries. And the reason why we need minutes is to find out, track the motions and who's responsible for what. So that is why I'm running, really, put my name in, is that two things, really, is that on the website it says we need to follow up any complaints. It doesn't say we vote to not investigate. It says we have to investigate any complaints. That's not an answer, like an answer say, oh, we're not going to do it today, so we're going to do it. The other one is we have to have an open public hearing for our Mr. Nago. Okay, we haven't had one. It says on the website, Election Commission website, we're going to have a hearing. Granted, if you have HR duty matter to take it in house. So I just want to share that. And my whole goal is get us to do that, and then answer the complaints. And the board should just be involved in this way: the how, what, where, when, and why, and not the why, because we know what we have to do. We have to investigate. But all the rest should be how are we going to do it? Is it volunteers? Is it a paid audit? How fast? When is it due? And how are we going to report it? Okay, so those are the kind of questions we should be asking. The accountability should be all done on a rolling, like a spreadsheet of incoming investigations, the status and all that, but inside of an open, public, and secure SharePoint or some kind of like what they use in e-filing for the judiciary, something that people can look at and see what the status are. So that's one. The other one is the other part I want to have is I built a AI machine. I call it ICO, Election Integrity Knowledge Optimizer. ICO, yeah. So I'm a novice at this, but basically I did the hard part. So if anybody wants to have the content, so I have literally all the 2004 minutes to present, all of the reports from the OE, everything, all the numbers, everything in PDF in this thing, treasure trove. All kinds of information, also the HRS and Hawaii admin rules available to anybody because that's the hardest part of AI, to have your library all in one place. I can provide that. You can have a head start, and I'll show you how to do it in Claude Cowork, how to just set it up so you can do searches. And I just did one, show me, and I just did this search.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I kind of ran over. Sorry about that. Thank you. I was getting excited.
Lindsay, you get to start the questions.
Okay.
There you go.
Hi. Thank you for submitting your application. Very interesting responses that you gave. You seem to be tuned in to the fact that the Office of Election and the Election Commission are at least sometimes operating at cross purposes. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about how we could become aligned and support each other and work toward a common goal.
Well, it's really maybe for me because I'm a 68-year-old advisor. I mean, observer. 68 years because I really don't care what people think about me. So when I look at what's happening in the February to March, April timeframe of 2022, there was a place where we had the votes. There was a votes to have the open hearing on Scott Nago. Okay, but what happened was, and it went to the chair. Somehow it disappeared behind the chair. There was a release of email that showed the chair had communicated with DAGS. Okay, behind you saying that Nago is appointed as the continue as chief election officer. Now the board had just voted to have a hearing, voted to not go that path, but the chair unilaterally decided to go against that. So this is over a 3-month period. I have all of that. I gave testimony. It's all written down. I can pull up the actual the transcriptions because I personally transcribed that whole season. Okay, so and with that, I just want to say how to prevent that is that the Deputy Attorney General works for the Election Commission. He doesn't work. The person that's assigned doesn't work for an invisible structure, but for the Election Commission. which is the whole board, okay, of which presides. The chair is only the place of a chair in Robert's rules is to make sure there's order. It doesn't say to put a hard fist down. And so my observance of that February, March, April was just brutal because the chair took control, silenced those who disagreed, and just made things happen contrary to what the board wanted to do. And I said that is a blatant, major discrepancy in the process. Of course, the AGs are going to side with the chair. Okay, they always do. So I just want to say that if I was put in this position, I really don't care. I just want rule and order. We decide as a group, all right, and we follow what's right, not what's political, but what's right.
Thank you.
And that may
Kim, did you have a
that may not
follow-up?
be common sense. I mean, that may be all by common sense. All right, thank you.
Lindsay, you have a follow-up?
No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Osterkamp. You're muted.
So briefly, you stated, quote, "I believe Donald Trump was the rightful winner of the 2020 U.S. presidential election." You stand by that statement?
Not only do I stand by it, can you prove to me Biden won? Because I can prove to you Trump won by the number of people that was on the street honking horns, just so excited to be behind their man, and they're just going nuts. Biden was dead back then. Nobody talked about Biden. He wasn't even on the news in Hawaii. So you can't tell me
Thank you.
he
You
had no
answered the
majority.
question.
I am so for the leader that can stand up and do the right thing. And that's
Mr.
why I'm
Osterkamp,
excited.
Mr. Osterkamp, did you have a follow-up?
So in other words, all praise to dear leader, correct?
I want the leader that's doing the right thing, and Trump is doing the right thing right now. Tell me he's not.
Thank you.
Give me one example that he's not.
Thank you. Jeffrey, you know follow-up, Jeffrey?
No.
Miss Papalimu, you had a question.
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Andrian.
Mr. Lento, and you've kind of answered my initial questions in your intro, but give the opportunity here to elaborate on your involvement and participation with this Elections Commission over the past few years with public testimony and or attendance, and your familiarity really with the current topics that this body has been addressing.
All I know, it's been such a painful 4 years. I have to apologize. The last 18 months, I've had family members in very serious health. So I had to back out of participating. I tried to listen when I could, like while I'm working, I'll listen. But my involvement has to do with words. Words mean something. And so I would spend 40 hours a week, literally for about a year and a half, going over each meeting, which got longer and longer. For this last 4 years, went from 2 hours to 3 to 5. I don't know if you ever seen what transcription looks like for 5-hour meetings, but I wanted to make sure I caught all the words, okay? And the reason why I was driving my wife crazy, and really it was a cost to my family, a lot of things going on. And I said, well, it's so important because I want to hear when somebody has a vote, I want to track it. And I just saw a pattern, okay, of votes and motions, and it just hides, it goes away, gets buried under just this incredible weight of information. And I feel bad for the Office of Elections because they're collecting all of this information and they're trying to figure out what to do with it. And I built that AI thing. I think that will really help their department because it's just incredible tool. You can search for all kind of stuff. Anyway, so
Dylan, did you have a follow-up on that one? Dylan?
Just a quick follow-up, Wendell. I know
yeah.
you've had family matters to attend to. Is that going to be a challenge for you if you are selected as our new chair moving forward with your scheduling?
Well, no, on the bad side and the good side, my mom did pass away. And then my
Sorry
wife
for your
is
loss.
better. Oh, thanks. And my wife is better. And my son has his own apartment, he's special needs. And it's like, I think God just opened up the doors and said, Wendell, get off your butt, stop being a whiner. I'm a good whiner, let me tell you. I'm one of the best.
Thank
okay?
you.
Thank you.
Mr. Apana, did you have any questions?
No.
Ralph, did you have questions?
Yes, Chair. So the commission chair and the deputy attorney general are withholding and redacting their communications with Scott Nago and the Office of Elections staff. If the deputy attorney general represents the commission, what legal basis permits using attorney-client privilege to hide those communications from the commission?
They forfeited that because, again, the Deputy Attorney General's office is to represent the whole election commission, not just the chair, not just the chair and the elections, the chief election officer. In fact, that has nothing to do with it. The whole idea is that the Deputy Attorney General is supposed to represent the entire commission. And so because of that, the conflict of interest, you have multiple avenues open besides lawsuits and all that, but you can, just stop that because it is conflict of interest, period. And that should, anything that's discussed by the chair should be, if it's with another agency, should always be available to the commission members at minimum. Okay, eventually to the public. And if anybody wants to ask me questions, how can we manage information? I'll give you that. I'll give you my 2 cents for that, as well as, farming information you already have. I'll give you 5 cents for that. Anyway,
Thank you. Ralph, did you have a follow-up?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Barbara, did you have
No
questions?
questions.
Can somebody ask me about the 22-month thing? Anybody?
Lindsay, you're up next.
Who's this guy?
There you
Sorry,
go.
I know. I keep muting because there's all kinds of sirens going on around here. Yes, I will. I'll ask you about the 22-month thing. Go ahead, say what you want to say.
Okay,
We have
so
about 5 minutes left.
oh, thank you. Information governance. Whenever you have information governance and retention, those keywords, those are not the important words. It's the word destruction. Okay, so the whole premise of the 22 months really is in statute to destroy those records. Okay, period, to get rid of them. Now, what we're saying is that you have the right. Okay, just create a lawsuit, protest, or put up a motion to say we have to get to those 22, because governance says between there and there, before that date hits, because it's about destruction, you're not going to have access to the records after 22 months. You have to have access now. And so when you look at any retention schedule, you have a certain period. I'll give you an example. If you're a realtor, you have to keep everything for 7 years. If you're an attorney, look at all the attorneys in the room. Whoa. But signed documents are perpetual. You have to keep them all. Okay, so there's rules, and because you have to go back and look at it. Ballots are the same way. They have a life cycle. Okay, so you have to now you have to lift your hand and summon it and say stop. And if you have to go to a law suit, do it. But before then, governance is about managing, about destruction, and if it's going to it has a 22-month time. Anything between that, you have access to, just like realtors, lawyers, everybody else have access. That the reason why you want due process to be available to everybody in that period, not to have due process. That is totally wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. Jeffrey, did you have any questions? Did any other commissioner have any questions for Mr. Ilento?
Not from me.
Then I'll offer you 5 minutes, Mr. Ilento, to elaborate on your thoughts.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a Spurs fan. I love the Spurs. I love Caitlin Clark of the Fever. I don't like the Fever. And the reason why I love these guys is because they have a team and they play as a team. And Caitlin reaches out to the people. She's a magnet to the people. And not saying I'm a magnet. I'm not even good looking. I people say I'm, irritating and all that. My kids laugh at me. But I want to say that I want to invite people to participate. I want the world to see, what's happening here. And just, because it helps all of us, Democrats, Republicans. And I bet you, if we just take on the investigations, these 5-hour meetings will become 1 hour. Guaranteed. Because a lot of them, 50% are rehashing old stuff. 10% is new. The rest are just mad, okay, just screaming mad. That goes away when we hear the voice and go ahead and investigate. Why aren't we investigating? And just hold an open hearing for the chair, chief election officer. All of that goes away. Why? Because we're doing the service of the people. Yeah, it's government of the people, by the people, for the people. And that's what I'm all about. You know, I'm a people. I lost my race for office. I'm a people. And you know, my wife said, hell no, you're not going to run again. So anyway, this is my chance to just serve the people. And I'm here as a grandfather, as a father, and an interested citizen. And I just feel so badly for all of us that have complaints. I told you I'm a whiner, I'm a complainer. I just want to have it listened to and looked at. That's it. Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate all you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Alento. Is Joe Kim available?
Thank you.
Miss Kim, you're a half hour early, but
I'm here.
oh, please join us.
Thank you.
I would offer you a 5-minute introduction before questions, and I'll allow you a follow-up at the end.
All right, thanks. I started off thinking, I don't watch TV, but if this was reality TV, I might change my mind. This has been very, very entertaining 2 hours, and I've really, really enjoyed it a lot. And I'm appreciative of every single commissioners here in this meeting showing your public service. I think that's super impressive. And I also appreciate the questions that you asked in the questionnaire. They really showed your commitment to making the elections as secure as possible. I love the way you went through each of the answers from your particular standpoint and thought about what it meant for the Elections Commission and evaluated it and asked questions based on that. And I love that all the applicants has such a broad range of our community. Outer Islands, different people, different parties, different points of view. Although Mr. Alento's belief that Donald Trump was elected because of the honking horns was kind of a little off for an elections commission. But it's entertaining. It's really fun. You've got some really great answers. You've got some really great people asking, I'm interested in the job. So why am I interested in the job? Because it's important. I'm a lawyer. I'm also one, took the oath to uphold the Constitution. There's so much pilikia right now about elections and security of elections. And I think that it's really easy to be the editor and come in and say what's wrong. But the question is, can we say what's right? Can we come in and make constructive suggestions of improvement? It's so easy to throw darts at things. So I would be interested in working with the commission to see where it is we can make improvements rather than just throw the darts. Look at the problems, look at the real problems, analyze why the problems exist, and then come up with some reasonable solution to it. And that's why I'm applying.
Thank you. Mr. Osterkamp, you can start us off on questions, please.
Yeah, no questions.
Ms. Papalimo. You're muted. There you go.
Yes, I have a question. What is your take on the most important job of the chair of the Elections Commission?
What do you think is the most important job of the chair?
That's your question.
That's my answer.
Thank you.
Ms. Papalimo, did you have a follow-up on that one?
No, tells me everything I need to know.
Thank you. Dylan.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Wanted to ask you the same question I asked the other candidates. Give us an overview of your participation and involvement with this particular commission over the past few years, whether in attendance or public testimony.
I've had no contact with the commission.
Okay. And the same follow-up I given to the others, to be fair, what confidence can you give this body that you're ready to lead us? Are you familiar with the topics that we're discussing right now? Are you familiar with the terms SVRS, with CVR, with HRS 3177453 and 3177762? What confidence can you give us that you're actually suited to? We've all been here for a long time. You're just coming in new with no knowledge at all.
I have very high confidence. I'm a fast learner and I'm interested in the subject and I can learn it very quickly. I don't have any problems with that.
Thanks for your response.
No follow-up, Dylan? Kimo?
No, none.
Ralph?
Thank you, Chair. So the commission chair, the Deputy Attorney General, and the Deputy Attorney General are withholding and redacting their communications with Scott Nago and the Office of Elections staff. If the Deputy Attorney General represents the commission, what legal basis permits using attorney-client privilege to hide those communications from the commission?
Attorney-client privilege is a really specific area of the law. It has to do with professional responsibility to your client. There's a lot of litigation about who the client is. When you represent a corporation, which is a non-body, it's not a person, who do you represent? Sometimes what the director does is contrary to what the board wants to do or what the stockholders want to do. So you have to have a point person to make that decision. This kind of ties in a little bit with redacted communications. Because we hold that privilege so closely, we don't want to inadvertently give it away. Because once you make disclosures, then you can be questioned about those disclosures and you've waived the attorney-client privilege. So I can understand why, if the Attorney General takes the position that he represents the commission, and the commission is represented by your chair, that certain communications might not be available to the different participants. Because what you want to do then is you want to take that communication and publish it. You want everyone to know what it is. What's the problem? You may be inadvertently waiving the privilege. And then there is no attorney-client privilege. An attorney-client privilege is held very, very, very dear in the law. So I think you really have to look at who the client is and who has a possibility of waiving that privilege, because you don't want to waive it.
Are you familiar with HRPC rules with attorney representing a commission, board or commission?
I am familiar with the rules of professional conduct.
That's what I'm saying. HRPC is Hawaii Rules of Professional Conduct.
I do have some familiarity with the Hawaii Rules of Professional Conduct.
Okay, so look it up. A attorney.
I do have some familiarity with it. I know it.
It represents a board or commission as a whole, not any individual members. On top of that, they are redacting communications with Scott Nago, who we oversee, and the staff of the Office of Elections.
Well, that's because you want to publish everything on your website, and you may be inadvertently, without even knowing it, waiving the privilege. You don't want to do that.
Okay, thank you. I got a follow-up question. So in your written questions to the commission, in reference to your answer to question number 2, the 19,000 ballot discrepancy was a comparison of the county supplied records to the state's records posted on the website. How did you conclude the discrepancy was due to faulty information?
How do I conclude that it was faulty?
Yeah.
It obviously was faulty information. They were working with 2 separate numbers. It was obviously faulty.
So how do you come to
And it's not a
conclusion?
ballot discrepancy, it's an envelope discrepancy, please.
Right.
Chair, this is my time. Thank you.
Don't state falsehoods then.
This is my time, Chair. So the county had records for collecting 57,000 envelopes. The state reported counting 76,000 envelopes. These are their records, and how
Okay, you are misrepresenting what the county said. The county's records and the state records diverted maybe eight ballots. You're talking about oranges. I'm talking about ballots. You're talking about what the mail system told you, not the ballots. You didn't count the ballots.
I'm talking about what the county records that were given to me and the commission.
They were based on mail records.
So why shouldn't the records from the post office add up to how many ballots you collect?
Because the mail office has no responsibility to track your ballot.
So
When I put my ballot in the mail, I did not ask them to track it. I put my ballot in the mail.
So do you think that the post office should have records for?
Now that may be a question about mail insecurity. Okay, now you might be coming up with a solution. We identified the problem. What's the solution? And that's why I said it's really easy to poke holes and be the guy throwing the darts. You come up with an answer.
So what we discussed
Thank
as a
you.
commission
Thank you,
was
Ralph.
to count. What we discussed as
next-
a commission was to count the envelopes. You think that would be a good idea?
Excuse me, Ralph, you've had your questions. You'll get another chance.
You're not.
Miss Dalton, you're up.
No questions.
Miss Cam.
Yes, let's see. I wanted to, first of all, thank you for submitting your application. What do you discern are the main challenges to election integrity in Hawaii?
I did a little bit of research to look at what the security issues are. I don't think between what I've seen, because I've worked in polling places, I didn't discern any problems there. They seem to be pretty well on track. And I don't know if there are discrepancies between, well, there are 8 ballots, I think, between what Hawaii County reported and what the elections office had. I think when you get out of watching each individual person vote, which is what happens in the polling place, and you get into some other areas where we're not watching that carefully, the question is, how can we track it so that we're sure that those people, the ballots are counted? And that I don't know the answer to. I've kind of did a little bit of research, but it's not really a solvable problem at this point. I am less worried about the polls, the people that are not eligible to vote. I don't think that's a real issue. I think the issue is tracking the ballots after they voted. And that I don't know the answer to.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your answer. What do you mean by tracking? Because let me just elaborate a little bit, because the Office of Election would say everything is tracked once it's scanned into the central computer. Everything is tracked. There's not another way to verify those numbers. We don't have any verification that no one who is, you have to be an employee, with the access to the computer in order to get that information or input that information. How about the rest of us? How are we supposed to know that those numbers are accurate, real, reliable, authentic?
I think there's probably some statistical analysis that can be done to track the number of residents in a particular county, the number of voters, the number of votes counted, and how they're counted. And I don't do statistics. I don't really know, but I believe it is trackable that way by statistical probability.
Lindsay?
And I recently read an article, or started to read an article on best practices and new areas for research in election auditing. And it does rely a lot on statistics, and I just don't have that background.
Okay, thank you.
Lindsay, you have follow-up?
No, I just said thank you.
Okay, Jeffrey?
Nope.
Ms. Papalimo?
No, thank you.
Dylan? Mr. Apana?
No.
Ralph, we're back to you, I believe.
Chair. So a follow-up question on this. So the commission voted to conduct an independent count, to have observers count how many envelopes there were. So we're just trying to verify, are there 76,000 envelopes or not? Okay. So the Deputy Attorney General stepped in and said we could not count the envelopes because of the 22-month rule. What is your understanding of the 22-month rule?
Are you talking about the federal law?
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking about the federal law that says that you have to hold the ballots for 22 months.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Now, are you also talking about the auditing?
Yes. So we just
Okay.
voted to count the envelopes, and the
Okay.
Deputy Attorney General blocked us. And so without getting resolution to this question, when people dismiss the question and we can't get resolution to it, it causes a lot of, I don't know the right word, but it doesn't satisfy the question. So
I got it. I got it. Part of it is maybe you're asking the wrong question, so they can't give you an answer. Okay. The question is, do they keep the envelopes for each ballot mailed in?
Yeah.
If that's not a requirement, then counting envelopes is not going to help you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that what you got to do is you've got to be asking the right questions to get the right answer. So you can't say, are the envelopes the ballots? Because obviously they are not. So the question is,
so we didn't want to touch the envelopes, the ballots. So all the envelopes are saved. We've already determined that. All we asked to do was count them, and they are blocking us from simply counting the envelopes.
okay,
And would you think that that would be a fair assessment to see if those actually came through the mail?
I don't know if there are other legal requirements that the AG relied on. I'd like to look at the opinion and see what they say.
So you're not familiar with any of that that's happened so far?
I'm aware of the discrepancy. I haven't seen the AG opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dalton?
No questions. Thank you.
Does any other commissioner have a question of Ms. Kim? In that case, I'll turn it over to Ms. Jo Kim for the last 5 minutes of your commentary.
Okay, thank you. Good luck. It's a really,
And that's it?
No, it's a really important job, and it's really hard. And I so appreciate what it is you're doing. Why I want to join into this fray is because it's important. So
You said it
thanks.
was entertaining.
And entertaining. I like the entertaining part. So thanks a lot. Thanks for hearing what I had to say. You're going to get it's going to be a hard vote. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Aloha.
Aloha.
Ralph, you're up. You don't get to ask yourself questions. You get to make statements. Go for it.
Okay, so since joining the commission, I've had one consistent focus. It's transparent and verifiable elections. Elections should not favor one party over another. A transparent, auditable, and verifiable election process should be embraced by everyone, regardless of political affiliation. I believe elections should be held to the same standards as we expect from a financial institution. As chair, I would focus on ensuring that one, voter rolls are properly maintained. Two, observers can verify the daily counts of ballot envelopes collected from the drop boxes and received from the USPS. 3, signature verification is subject to meaningful oversight and accountability. 4, transfer logs and chain of custody records are complete, accurate, and verifiable. 5, audits are conducted randomly and use original paper ballots, not ballot images or electronic records. And 6, the commission follows through on motions and directives adopted by the commission. The Elections Commission was created to serve as an independent voice for the people and to provide oversight of the elections process. Its role is not to protect the Office of Elections from scrutiny, but to ensure that the election laws are followed, records are maintained, and the public can have confidence that election results are accurate and verifiable. The pushback that we get from asking questions is incredible. And I'd like to just give a simple analogy. Pretend that your credit card sent you a statement that you didn't agree with, okay? If the customer service was the Elections Commission, would you stay with that credit card or would you switch companies? Because when we ask questions of the Elections Commission to look into the statement, we get so much pushback. And all we're asking for is, okay, can you show me the receipt that you said when I went to Big Safe to go buy groceries? Because I was on the mainland that day and it doesn't jive. And what we're told is I'm a conspiracy theorist for even asking the questions. And because my name is on the card, I need to recuse myself from asking those questions. So the questions that we are asking are all process questions. There should be no process question that can't be answered. And the commissioners here that vote to not look into things and not to count envelopes or whatever, just think about it as a credit card statement. And you just want to find out, why did you get billed for $25,000 worth of purchases when you know you only spent $5,000? And that should be simple, open the book, and it should be the same accountability as a financial institution. Thank you.
Ms. Papalimo, you start the questions now. You're muted.
All right, let me unmute. Thank
There
you.
you go.
Commissioner Kushney, I'm glad you put in for it. We had a commissioner last time put in for the position, and there didn't seem to be so much huggaboo about that. My concern is that you have become a divisive tool in this commission. And so the position that you could hold may not carry the weight that it should. Do you feel that may be a hindrance?
I don't. They're making it divisive because they don't want the questions to be asked. And we never discuss politics in the commission meetings. And when the press reports on it, they always introduce politics into this. But this is a pure process. The commission is pure process. And if we evaluate the process on its merits, there are no issues.
Thank you. No follow-up.
Mr. Andrian. You're muted.
Well,
There you go.
thank you, Chair. I feel like I already know Mr. Kushney's response to the initial question that I gave to all the other candidates. But Ralph, I mean, you're a part of this commission. You've been a part of every single meeting. My question to you is, obviously, you would need to have confidence from every person on this body that you're going to effectively lead us. And just outside, even if I was an outsider looking in, it would appear to me that you don't have that confidence from every person on this body. So give you an opportunity here. What confidence can you give to this body that you would be the most effective leader?
Well, if you look at everything that I've brought up to the commission, it's always been process. And the chair will mute my microphone or I've been kicked out of meetings because of the questions that I'm asking. And people can evaluate that by themselves. No one can dispute that all of my questions have been pure process. You can look at the record, and I'd be happy to have somebody prove me wrong. Jeffrey Osterkamp called me a liar for saying that the county supplied records, but it's right there. I sent that back to the commission, and I showed the commission. It wasn't shared with the commission. That's one of those things that are being withheld from the rest of the commission. I showed you the records that the Big Island gave me, that we're basing this discrepancy on. The Big Island provided the records. I'm comparing the county records to the state records. It's that simple. And you can call people names and all of this, but if you just look at the record, it's very straightforward.
Dylan, you have an extra? Anything else, Dylan?
No follow-up.
Thank you. Mr. Apana,
No question.
Ms. Dalton,
Yes, I do have some questions. According to HRS 11.8A6, each elections commission member shall retain the right to participate fully in public affairs except as prohibited by law, in a manner which does not materially compromise the elections commission member's efficiency or integrity as an elections commission member, or the neutrality, efficiency, or integrity of the elections commission. On May 17, Civil Beat reported that Ralph Cushney, a member of the Hawaii Elections Commission, briefed delegates at the Republican State Convention on his views that Hawaii elections are not conducted fairly. He has for several years argued that the state is not following its own election laws and declining requests for audits, recounting battles on the commission, which he described as antagonistic, and encouraged future election observers to keep an eye on the chain of custody of ballots and to help verify ballot signatures. Quote, "We can't even verify the chain of custody documentations of the number of envelopes received through the mail or through drop boxes. So basically none of the laws that are supposed to safeguard mail-in voting or using a computer to count our votes are being followed." Is that an ethics violation?
Absolutely not.
And why isn't it?
Why isn't it? I was just talking about pure process. So has the commission received any documentation that shows compliance with HAR 3177453?
Barbara, do you have a follow-up question?
My next question has to do with the appearance of propriety that Judge Wiseman made reference to earlier. Why should you be voted in as chair when, first of all, you failed to meet the minimum requirements to apply for the position and did not turn in a resume with your cover letter, and subsequently received special consideration by having your resume accepted for this meeting, and also why you failed to recuse yourself from either submitting questions or questioning the competition for chair.
Correct. That is correct.
Ralph?
So all my questions have been on process. I had turned in my resume when I applied previously to get on the
I beg to differ. I never saw a resume with your cover letter on
my previous application for chair. And
what year
on
was
the commission,
that?
I thought everybody was familiar with me. Normally somebody from the outside comes in. So you made that point. So I sent my resume to the commission over a month ago. Now they just sent it to you a day or two ago, but that was submitted over a month ago.
But that still was past the deadline. That was
my
past
record,
the April 30th deadline.
My record on the commission speaks for itself. I am just asking questions about the process. And like you said, I'm asking for chain of custody documentation, and we're not receiving it. There's no way to verify the elections, and nobody wants to focus on these issues. You want to.
That's not the question, Ralph.
Chair, I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lindsay, you're up.
Let's see. Ralph, I don't have any questions for you. I feel like of all the people on the commission, you have shown me how things work and what things to question, and I don't see that as partisan or anything like that. I just think of it as following the facts and asking common sense questions. So I think that's something that you could
Your
perhaps
question?
do for, yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to formulate it as a question. There's a lot going on around here. How do you think that being the chair could improve your chances of alerting everyone to what's going on?
Well, I want to be hiding communications, and these are elections. There should be nothing hidden. And let's take this interview for example. I was the one, when I got on the commission, I pressed for having nothing in executive session. And there has been nothing in executive session. It's all been open for the people to see, including this interview process. The last interview process, they went into closed door session, and then Mike Curtis popped out as the chair. We don't know how that was done. We don't know what backroom deals was made or anything. So what I stated in my beginning was, I want everything transparent, and my record shows that. And this interview process, there has been no interviews ever, to my knowledge, in public, and this is the first. And I was the one who spearheaded that.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Mr. Osterkamp.
Yes, so Mr. Kushner, you have a Instagram account, is that correct?
Yes.
And you frequently opine on business involving the Elections Commission there?
Yes.
And you have, in fact, asked your followers to take various actions against other commissioners, have you not?
I have not.
I'm looking at a printout of a page from your Instagram account from September of last year. And one of your followers with the handle Dojin Hawaii 808 stated, "Someone being paid by the government and working directly under the mayor of Hawaii County should not even be eligible to be on the Elections Commission. The taxpayer literally pays for salary to conduct audits, and the taxpayer is saying, all caps, we want this audit done." And she has the audacity to say no and act like she is saving us money. She's obviously hiding something. You know who Dojin Hawaii 808 was speaking of?
The commissioner.
Ralph, that's
Former commissioner.
a question to you.
I would guess that's Claire McAdam. So
Claire McAdam, former commissioner. At the time, she was an active commissioner. Right? Do you remember how you responded?
no, you're going to play gotcha. Just go ahead and.
No, I'm asking you the questions.
I don't remember.
You've put yourself into the position of being asked questions, and the way it works is, at this time, I ask the questions and you answer.
No, I do not remember.
You answered, how about filing a whole bunch of ethics complaints that Claire will not audit her employer? You remember doing that?
Yeah, I think that's unethical.
You think it was unethical for you to spur on your followers to make a, quote, whole bunch of ethics complaints against her?
No, because it's unethical as an auditor to not conduct an audit.
So you think that it was proper and ethical for you on your personal Instagram account to spur your followers to make a quote whole bunch of claims against a fellow commissioner who you happen not to agree with on most issues? Is that correct?
I think it was unethical that
That's not the question I'm asking. I want to know, you think
said
that your
they asked what
response
they can do,
to
and I said
your follower was correct and ethical itself?
Yes.
yes. So the answer is yes.
You think it was?
You have a
Okay, well,
follow-up, Jeffrey?
That's all I need to know.
Ms. Papalimo,
Mm.
you're muted.
Yes, I have a follow-up. Thank you very much. I have company at my house, so I'm muting my mic when I'm not speaking. Do you feel when you're involved in commissions, parties, your job, state government, county government, do you feel that it is proper to educate people who you come in contact with by maybe suggesting a route that they could handle if they were feeling that they wanted to do something?
She's smart.
Do you think that's part of the job when you're involved in these types of things?
Yes.
Thank you. I do too. I do it often. Not normally on social media, but if somebody,
Do you have a follow-up question?
if someone comes to me with a complaint or a frustration, I try to lead them to where they can go make a difference.
Is this a question for Ralph?
No, I'm finishing up my answer. Thank
You're
you.
not being questioned. You're questioning. Do
But
you have a question for Ralph?
I just asked my follow-up question.
No, you made a statement. What's your question?
A lot of people making statements today. So I was just hanging in there. Some people had 4 or 5 questions that were
Thank
allowed.
you. Mr. Andrion.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Cushney, could you elaborate on, obviously you're a part of the commission, and I think it would be good for you. My question is, why do you feel like you'd be more effective to as the chair versus continuing in your capacity as a commissioner? You've answered some already of that, but giving you an opportunity to elaborate here.
Well, there's definitely a lot of issues with what the Deputy Attorney General is doing. I believe he's giving advice contrary to law. Wendell Elanto touched on that a little bit. It's very provable. With the question that I asked on the chair, having conversations with Scott Nago and the staff and having those redacted is contrary to law. You can't have intra-agency conversations and have those redacted. So those are some of the things that I would stand up to. I would make the notion that the Deputy Attorney General or the Attorney General's office is the commission right now. They represent the commission in lawsuits. They don't notify the commission, and they do a lot of things behind the scene that the commission's not aware of. And you need somebody to be able to stand up to that and say, no, this is wrong. And everything should be transparent. I've been very clear on that. And then, I'll wait to the end on this.
Timo, you have any questions?
No.
Barbara? Any other commissioners have any questions of Ralph?
I do.
Yes, Barbara.
I just want to ask one more time why Mr. Cushney feels he should receive special consideration in this process when he failed to meet the minimum requirements to apply and when he failed to recuse himself from submitting questions to be asked of all applicants. And I would like that in the form of a statement and not a question in return to myself.
Well, ask Mike Curtis. He got elected chair, and he was on the commission. He didn't recuse himself. They went and closed executive session so nobody could see what happened. Okay, so this is all transparent. My record on the commission speaks for itself. I've been asking for transparency. You may want to see what my work
The
record
question was
is.
why you
The
expect to
question is
receive special
why-
treatment.
Yeah, why should you receive special consideration?
It's not special consideration. My resume was turned in. The questions, the past history of the commission is all the commissioners were asking questions to the applicants. So that's the way this has been going.
So the reason you should receive special consideration is,
Those are your words. There is no special consideration. You have my resume.
there is, you missed the deadline of April 30th and you failed and you included questions. I mean, the appearance of impropriety is quite glaring in this instance, I would say.
I don't know what you would consider impropriety.
Statement.
Ms. Papaliko, please.
You're not going to answer the question. Thank you.
It didn't sound like a question to me.
Okay, Lindsay, do you have anything else?
No, I don't.
Jeffrey, you have anything else?
Yes.
Please.
So question one, the question was, which candidate do you believe was the rightful winner of the 2020 US presidential election, and how certain are you about your answer? And you didn't answer the question. You said the certified winner of the 2020 US presidential election was Joe Biden, which we all know. So which candidate do you believe was the rightful winner of the 2020 US presidential election?
So again, I'll answer this way. The process is what I'm concerned about.
No, that's not what I'm asking about.
Not the
I'm
question.
asking you to answer the question.
Yeah, I'm going to answer your question. So the process is what I'm concerned
I'm
about.
asking you to answer the question, sir, not to go on a divergence and speak about something
Is this
that I'm not asking.
statement again?
It's irrelevant to what we're talking about. Was the process proper?
That's the question, yes or no? Did Biden or Trump win 2020?
Excuse me, Chair, that's not actually the question.
Okay, I'm
The
sorry,
question was-
Jeffrey. I'm sorry, Ralph. Jeffrey, please clarify your question.
The question is, which candidate do you believe was the rightful winner of the 2020 US presidential election, and how certain are you about your answer?
And I answered that in my thing. I don't know who was the winner because the process is not verifiable.
You don't know who the winner was of the 2020 US
I
presidential
don't know
election.
who the
rightful
certified winner was Joe Biden.
You don't know who the
A lot
rightful
of-
winner was.
The
Jeffrey.
process questions have not been answered. And
So
just
you
by
don't
you
know.
cutting me off shows you don't want those questions asked.
No, I'm trying to clarify. You don't know who the rightful winner was of the 2020 US presidential election.
Until these process questions are answered. We voted to count the envelopes.
Point of
The
order.
last meeting.
Yes,
We
I'm sorry,
voted-
Ralph, please excuse me. What rule am I not following?
I believe the question that is being asked was in the written statement and has already been answered. At this point,
Okay.
it's harassment.
The point is that he
I'm
didn't answer it.
overruling the point of order and allowing the question and discussion to continue. Ralph, who won the 2020 election rightfully?
I'm trying to answer the process question. In the last meeting, we took a
It's not a
vote.
process
That's not
envelopes.
what you've been
It's not a
asked.
process question. It's who you think.
My
won the
opinion is
2020
irrelevant.
election.
I'm saying the process is not verifiable.
Let me ask a different question, Chair. It's interesting that you and Ms. McKay seem to have almost identical answers on these things. She also said that the process concluded and Joe Biden was certified as the winner by those lawful mechanisms. And you said the certified winner of the 2020 US presidential election was Joe Biden. So the two of you seem to be on the same page. She also refused to answer who the rightful winner was. So my question is this something where the two of you conferred as to how to answer the question, or is there some sort of national MAGA advice to folks such as you and Ms. McKay that will give you cover in processes like this without actually causing you to admit that Mr. Biden rightfully won the 2020 US presidential election?
So I came up with the answer by myself.
So just coincidentally, it sounds almost word for word what Ms. McKay's response was.
I have not talked to her about anything about this meeting.
And you didn't get anything from the national
How many
people who
questions
are,
did you get?
Mr.
No.
Limo, please.
you didn't get your answer from the national folks who you work with,
Did you read my answer?
the MAGA organization?
Thank you. Does any other commissioner have a question for Ralph? In that case, I'm going to give Ralph 5 minutes to close, and then I would ask for a recess before we open it to public comment. Ralph, you got 5 minutes.
Thank you. So to further on with this 2020 business, I got the chain of custody documentation from the county of Kauai, where they reported receiving 30,702 mail ballots. The state reported counting 34,081. There was a difference of 3,379 ballots or envelopes and ballots counted. I asked how the county did their audits, and they did not know that there was a discrepancy. Well, they told me that they conducted audits in accordance with HRS 1642B3. I looked that up, and I also asked for the audit records. The audit records that were sent to me for Oahu were signed, but the audit forms were blank. Okay, the audit forms on Kauai were signed by Office of Election Personnel. Nobody on Kauai conducted the audits. I further asked more questions, and what I found out was the law said that audits were to be done randomly on 10% of the precinct, hand counting the paper ballots and comparing those results to the electronic results printed out by the voting machine. But what I found out was they were conducting audits using ballot images, and that only compares in the electronics to the electronics. It doesn't date it back to it doesn't compare to what the voter put on the piece of paper. So those election laws were not being followed. The reconciliation of HAR 3-177453 was not done. They collected fewer ballots. I can't get resolution on these items. In the last meeting, we took a vote to count the envelopes for the 2020 election to see if they actually received 34,000 ballots in the mail or not. That was voted down. And so I'm going to say back to my credit card analogy, you're just giving us a statement and you're not letting us verify. You won't even give us a balance sheet and say, where were these transactions conducted? You just say, pay the bill, accept the bill the way it is. And that's not the way this commission should function. We should have a process that allows everybody to verify what happened. And again, you can go back to my record. Everything I brought up in the commission is pure process. And the resistance to having the process that's verifiable is incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. I would entertain a motion for recess until 1 o'clock when we open it to public comment.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So we'll adjourn until 1 o'clock. Could you put us on a timer, please? Thank you. It's 1 o'clock. Would call the meeting back to order and ask for a roll call vote, please, to make sure we have a quorum.
Commissioner Andrion,
Here.
Commissioner Apana,
Here.
Commissioner Kushney,
Here.
Commissioner Dalton,
Here.
Commissioner Cam,
Here.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas,
Here.
and Chair Curtis.
Here.
Perfect. We
Mr.
have quorum.
Sabas, you're rejoining the meeting?
No.
Mr. Sabas?
No.
Okay. In that case, I'll open the discussion for public comment. You have 3 minutes. Secretary, could you please read the rules and announce the first and second testifier?
If you would like to testify, please click raise hand under reactions on Zoom. If you are joining us by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand. When your name is called, you will receive a notification requesting you to unmute your microphone. Please promptly accept the request. If you're experiencing technical difficulties and are unable to unmute your microphone, we will move on to the next testifier and return to you at a later time. We ask that you clearly state your first and last name at the start of your testimony so that your name is properly recorded. Lastly, to ensure that we will have sufficient time to hear all the testimony, each testifier will have 3 minutes to testify. Once your time has expired, you'll be asked to conclude your remarks. The first testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Carl Dix.
Good afternoon. Shelby, you're muted and can't see you. Going once. Shelby Billionaire going twice. Going third. Move to the next candidate, please. Next testifier.
The next testifier is Carl Dix, followed by Tamara Mackay.
Carl Dix, hello. You're muted. Carl Dix going once. Carl Dix going twice. Next testifier, please.
All right, next testifier is Tamara Mackay, followed by Andrew Aker.
Good afternoon. You're muted. Okay, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to say, before we continue, I wanted to address the comment that was made before the break by Commissioner Osterkamp, suggested to the other candidate that we were rushing to give the same answer. I want to be clear. I gave the answer I gave because it was accurate and legally correct. The 2020 election was certified. That is the factual and legal record. I don't rush to give answers. I give honest ones. I'd also like to note, and I say this with the utmost respect, that if I were sitting in the chair seat today, I would have called that comment out of order, questioning the integrity of a candidate, questioning the integrity of a candidate such as myself appearing before this commission in the middle of a consideration process is a matter of basic decorum. Robert's rules and simple fairness absolutely requires it, and every person being considered for this role deserves to be heard without having their character expunged. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. McKay.
The next testifier is Andrew Aker, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Good afternoon, Mr. Aker. You're muted. There you go. There you go.
Aloha, you guys can hear me?
Yes, sir.
So, yes, I have been sitting through lots of government meetings, party meetings, all of these different things that use Robert's rules. And I've noticed that there is indeed an old guard, an establishment power that is in place very much to try to nitpick and apply rules when it's convenient for them or mute microphones when it's not convenient for them. And there's change coming. We are the change. We're not stopping. There are so many people that just keep showing up here. And hats off to Osterkamp. He's going to make a great prosecutor someday, cross-examining and pummeling someone with questions in a way that's kind of like a type of hypnosis, if you want to look deeply into that.
He's not a candidate, by the
No,
way.
and that's fine, but he is an esquire, and he's got his oath to the bar, right? So he is taking some active role in like doing this little dance that we're seeing here, this verbal jujitsu that is going on to try to shift the optics and make like Ralph and Tamra look like this whole political issue, when in fact the results of the elections are unknowable because we don't have chain of custody in Hawaii. And if it's like that in Hawaii, it's who knows how it is elsewhere. And the real question that we should look at is, do you really believe that Duke Iona beat BJ Penn in the primaries last time when he pulled papers last second and barely even ran at all? There are full stadiums of people cheering for BJ. And I followed him with the Maui Freedom TV camera around the archipelago, seeing shakas and thumbs up everywhere. Everybody, like the majority of people wanted BJ to be our governor. I know it. I was on the street. I've interviewed so many people, and now we can't have chain of custody documents and this whole game of musical chairs with different people who, yes, Doge in Hawaii has proven to be having some kind of conflicts of interest. And then the people with the conflicts are turning it around on people like Ralph or Tamra, who are actual provable leaders. Ralph is like got an amazing business going on Kauai and manages multiple teams of different people. And he literally built the roads there on Kauai. And if he wasn't an honest guy, like, I don't think that he'd be able to manage all of those teams. And you got to be a good leader for this position. So I strongly endorse Ralph and or Tamra. And I know that if one of them gets in, then we all win. And unlike the other side that's self-cannibalizing itself and no one trusts each other on that side, people on the side of transparency and clear process will work together. I yield and mahalo.
Thank you. Aloha.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Ellen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Aloha, Chair. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony. First of all, I'd like to comment on the questionnaire that was provided to each candidate. The very first question does not pertain to the job of the chair. I served in the federal government as a federal supervisor, and that is not an objective question. It is a subjective question, and it doesn't measure an individual's skill set. That is pure subjectivity and should be thrown out and not considered in the evaluation process. So that's my comment on the questionnaire. I could say that for some of the other questions, but that one just stands out. I'd also like to make a comment about managing the meeting. And I know, Chair, with all due respect, you're on your way out of that position. But as commented earlier, the decorum, and I have mentioned it numerous times, the verbal attacks by some of the commissioners, the snarky remarks are just unprofessional. So I do hope that you would consider the candidates' skill set, what they can bring to the table to get the job done. We need accountability, transparency, and one of the key things that I learned serving in healthcare for over 33 years is follow-up. If you make a motion and that motion is moved forward, there has to be a tracking for follow-up. There is no follow-up. There is no accountability. Things get pushed under the rug. And that is just not acceptable, nor is it professional. The people of Hawaii deserve better. You know, a lot of us are here. I would say every one of us are here because we care about the future of Hawaii. We care about the legacy that we're going to leave for our children and grandchildren. And I just want to, advise, if I may, the commissioners when they're making their selection to take those things into consideration, to leave aside partisan issues, to look at the objective findings, the person's skill set. What do they bring to the table? How can they move this commission forward? And how can they best serve the people of Hawaii? I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Detweiler.
The next testifier is Ellen, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. Ellen, you're muted. There you go. Still can't hear you though.
I am
There you
testifying.
go.
I am testifying in support of David Wiseman for State Election Commission Chair. Overseeing elections requires more than just administrative knowledge. It requires integrity, principles, and strict ethics. David possesses exactly what this role demands. Where the current commission has become argumentative, chaotic, and ineffective, and I think this meeting is a perfect example of that, David will bring competence and steady leadership required to unite this commission. To restore trust in our elections, we need a leader of unquestionable ethics, principle, someone who's not stuck on one issue and one issue only that seems to hold the committee hostage. David has the experience to bring this committee together and finally to get it to do its job. That's my testimony on behalf of David. I'd also like to say that I've listened to quite a few of these meetings, and I once again ask myself, what other business do you guys do except for questioning a previous election? It'd be nice to know that you're doing some things moving forward since we have a big election coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Tina Marie.
Michelle, there you go. You're muted. There you go.
Okay. I'm just going to make this quick. First, I want to say thank you, Commissioner Chair Curtis, for letting us testify after all of the interviews instead of before. That was very helpful. And then I just want to put my vote of confidence and urge all of the commissioners to elect Tamara Mackay or Ralph Kushney. However, I know Ralph Kushney is not going to get the majority of y'all's vote, but why I would like to see Tamara Mackay is because out of all of the applicants, I feel like Tamara has proven by her responses, both written and verbal, that she is going to be the most unbiased, and she's not going to let her own political views and thoughts interfere with the position of what the chair has to do. The chair is there to oversee the Elections Commission meetings, and the Elections Commission is for we the people. And right now, the people are saying that there is a lack of confidence in our Elections Commission. So we need somebody that is not going to bring any of their own political views or thoughts into this. Like, for example, Commissioner Osterkamp's first question about who do you believe is the official or rightfully won the 2020 election. Like Jamie Detweiler said, that is subjective. That's not objective. We need somebody that is going to look at the processes about how things are being handled and make sure that things are being handled legally openly and transparent. I don't care if it's a Republican person or a Democrat person. What I care most about is who is going to be most unbiased in their own political party and make sure that it's open, fair, free elections for all of us. That's what I care about. And I believe that Tamara Mackay has proven that she is the best qualified candidate for this position. That's basically all I have to say. Thank you for serving, and hopefully things will start to move forward in a more productive way. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
The next testifier is Tina Marie, followed by Martina.
Tina Marie, you're up. You're still, there you go.
Thank you so much, everybody. I want to give a testimony in favor of David Weissman. I think he will be an excellent chair for this commission. I have known him for about 1.5 years now, and I have always known him to be fair, high integrity, have high morals and ethics, and he always leads with compassion. If there is something that he is not aware of, he is willing to do the research and look into it, and he's willing to change his mind on new information. He has been an incredible asset to our community-led groups, and he brings this amazing experience to things that even I, as a younger person, have not thought of. So I highly cannot say enough good things about him. After listening to everybody that has been speaking today, I want to say on the side that I have high concern that a lot of the applicants seem to be election deniers. And I have to question, after looking at the fascism that's growing in our government, with all the things that are happening, with people being taken off the street and put in detention centers, I have to question if you still see that as something good. I have to question your sanity on that. And I have to say that I don't think you're fit to lead anything at this point. So it makes me wonder, like, if you can watch everything that's happening and say, yes, that's a good leader, I question your ability to lead at this point. When your neighbors are being kidnapped off the street, when people in minority groups are being demonized, when people expressing their First Amendment right are being fired. So I think that that is something of deep concern. So I am fully in favor of David Weissman. He is very fair-minded and he is very high integrity, and I fully support his election nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina Marie.
The next testifier is Martina, followed by Ruth Robinson.
I think I'm coming. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My testimony is in support of Judge David Weissman for Chair, Hawaii State Election Committee. Good afternoon. My name is Martina Wing. I'm here as a private citizen and a resident of Kailua Kona. I came to know Judge Weissman through our shared work in the community, and I can tell you firsthand that his integrity and commitment to doing things the right way are not talking points. They're just who he is. The commission needs a chair who has spent a lifetime doing exactly one thing: ensuring the proceedings are fair, lawful, and are above reproach. And Judge Weissman is that person, and his retirement is not a footnote, it's his credential. He brings no agenda, no career ambition, no political future to protect. He answers only to the rule of law and the public trust. His record is extensive, over 5 years in the legal arena. On the question of the 2020 election, Judge Weissman is absolutely clear. Joe Biden won. That's not an opinion. It was confirmed by over 60 court rulings, certified by Congress, and recognized by the US Supreme Court. The people sitting on this commission who are sowing doubt about settled legal fact are not protecting election integrity, they're undermining it. We need a chair who will be clear-eyed, legally grounded, counterweight to that kind of deliberate confusion. I also want to address what I witnessed today. Some applicants have used this process to promote conspiracy theories and spread misinformation about our elections. This is disqualifying in itself, and I would be remiss not to note that at least one sitting commissioner has not even submitted an application in proper time, which raises serious questions about their commitment to this process and to the people of Hawaii. If you are not willing to be vetted, you should not be seated. The public is watching, and the public deserves better. A word about running meetings. Because of the chair of this commission lives and dies by how meetings are conducted. Judge Wiseman has used Robert rules of order throughout his career, chairing boards, commissions, and most demanding of all, a courtroom. He states plainly in his application that he would not seek alternatives to Robert's rules or sunshine law, because they are the frameworks that keeps this commission legitimate and accountable. This commission deserves a chair who brings judicial temperament, institutional credibility, and deep procedural expertise, with nothing to prove and nothing to gain except doing the right job, the job right. I understand he needs 6 votes of the 8 on the commission. I hope 2 of the commissioners, I would think the 4 on the Democratic side are already voting for him, and 2 that the other folks whose brain probably is hurting from all these meetings, being so all over the place, you would find, you would want to have calmer waters moving forward with someone who's a professional and really guided by the rule of law. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Martina.
The next testifier is Ruth Robison, followed by Age of Majority.
Good afternoon, Ruth.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you for holding this hearing and letting us testify. I appreciate all the candidates who have made the effort to apply. My name is Ruth Robison. I live in Hilo. I'm testifying on my own behalf. I have attended a previous meeting of this commission, and I see, and kind of everyone in the state knows, that this commission is not functioning well. And so this is very important to find a chair that can help the commission to get back on track and function efficiently and effectively. First of all, I would like to talk about the process of this search. I worked at the University of Hawaii at Hilo for 28 years, and I was on dozens of search committees for the state of Hawaii. And so these irregularities are quite glaring. Under Hawaii state law, state board and commission members are legally considered employees for the purposes of the Hawaii State Ethics Code. This means individuals appointed to these bodies must follow strict rules designed to maintain public confidence and prevent self-dealing. So I would specifically like to point out the fact that there's a mandatory conflict of interest disqualification that applies in this case. Members cannot take any official action, which includes discussing, deliberating, or voting on any matter that directly affects their own interests. And that these people cannot be on the commission selecting the chair and be a candidate for that position. So Ralph Kushney should have submitted a letter of recusal officially at this outset of the process and should not have been taking part in designing the questions, or any aspect of it, and the private information that all the candidates are submitting. So the process and the fact that 2 of the candidates did not submit complete applications, including their resumes, should disqualify them. That's from my experience on many search committees for the state. Finally, I would suggest that the 2 candidates who have legal backgrounds, Joe Kim and Judge
Wiseman.
David Wiseman, should be given most consideration because they have significant legal backgrounds and significant service to their communities that is relevant to the position. So thank you very much for letting me testify, and good luck on your decision making.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Age of Majority, followed by Patty Cook.
May we have the legal name of Age of Majority, please?
Hi, thank you for recognizing me in my proper status. I'm James Ryan of the Malish family. How much time do I got?
2 minutes and 55 seconds.
Okay, can I yield the remainder of my time to the previous people that were called upon and were not heard?
No, you can speak, please.
Well, okay. Well, I'll say this really quick. You know, some of the previous speakers have already, shown their basically distrust in the process of, how things are proceeding. And everybody's seen that there is some form of bias between members and a lot of inner fighting. Andrew Acker, you're a great guy. I could definitely see myself becoming your friend. It's readily apparent that there is a bias amongst the members, and a house divided does not stand. And I don't think anybody can argue with that. Oh, by the way, bar members, make sure you get a pen and paper. And I believe these people are all public trustees, and all of you are failing your public duties. Previous speakers talked about conflicts of interest and anything like that regarding, voting for yourself. And that's a big problem in this country. The unions that have thousands and thousands of votes can sway an election. I've seen it with personal firsthand knowledge. Why is it that government employees get to vote? Should they be allowed to? They're just voting to keep their own jobs. And to the people listening to this, remember, left or right wing, it's still attached to the same bird. And I noticed some people talked about bar members running it. The Bar Association is a private organization. They are not the government, but they are controlling it. Why are so many East Coasters, people from the East Coast, why are they running Hawaii? Wendell is a great candidate and an honorable man of God. And I think he's the one with the least amount of conflict between all of this. Ralph is a good man too. God bless him. That man has carried a cross and has at least attempted to perform the duties to ask the questions. And I have witnessed firsthand, all of you, there is a cult amongst you that refuses to allow the average question to be asked is, what is proof of what happened?
Thank you.
We can see the proof. We want to see the proof. And you guys want to wait until it's expired and destroyed. And that's a problem that previous speakers have raised. I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Patty Cook, followed by Kathy G.
Unmute. Okay, got it. Good morning, afternoon, I guess is what it is. Thank you. I do respect the commissioners for taking on this Kuleana. It's hugely important. I'm Patty Cook from Waimea. I am not connected with it. I'm doing this as on my own. I did submit written testimony and stand by it. I do have a concern about the two commissioners who did not meet the deadline for application process. I do support strongly Joe Kim, but also thought David Weissman today did a good job of explaining and bringing to the table expertise that we need. If we do need expertise, we need people with training and temperament to manage this commission. I thought it was interesting that, thank you for making us listen to the interviews. That really was informative. And in fact, the questions were quite revealing. So I do think it should help commissioners understand who the candidates are. It is all about integrity and making sure that there is public trust in elections. So it's process, but it's also the integrity. And I strongly would urge that you support Joe Kim or David Weissman for this role. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patty.
The next testifier is Kathy G, followed by April Lee.
Kathy G, you had it for a minute. Kathy G, you're still muted.
Aloha.
Aloha.
I'm not sure if you could see me. I can't see you. But anyway, I'll start talking. First of all, I want to thank the State Election Commission for allowing us to have verbal testimony. I am commenting verbally and put into written testimony my enthusiastic support of the appointment of David Weisman to the position of State Election Commission Chair. At a time when public confidence in institution is increasingly tested, the most important qualification for election commissioner is not political allegiance, but commitment to truth, fairness, and the rule of law. David embodies these principles to an extraordinary degree. People respect David because they know every decision that he makes is grounded in evidence, transparency, and a genuine commitment to serving the public interest. He has volunteered and served on numerous community and county positions. And I just want to say from the heart that he's a great listener. He's unpretentious, collaborative, just a down-to-earth guy. He sincerely listens to others and treats people with dignity and respect. He's not only a retired judge, but a tropical fruit farmer, former Pahoa High School teacher, and coach, too. Lastly, I would just like to say I'm very surprised at how many election deniers are in competition for this position. And election deniers raise serious concerns about aspects of their judgment and informative evaluation. The ability to distinguish verified facts from unsupported claims is critically important. And there's a problem if the candidate is, the chair, anyway. I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit nervous. Anyway, again, I would just like to throw my support to David Weisman and thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Kathy.
The next testifier is April Lee, followed by Blanca Larson.
You're muted, Miss Lee. Miss Lee, you're muted.
Oh.
There you go.
Hello.
Aloha.
Hi. Thank you very much for allowing the public their input on this important matter. I've been to many of these meetings, I think probably over 100 hours in total. I was born here, different island. I'm now in North Kohala. And I really feel like some of the meetings have been less than harmonious. So yes, I am looking for harmony and ethics. And I'm looking for a disconnection between any commission and the governor. That's my main role. So I really don't think a bar member is going to be I really kind of vote for Tamara because I want somebody who is going to be at the heart of their being, the quality of consciousness that doesn't have any training. That I used to be a treasurer for the ACLU. And I knew 1,700 attorneys. I also did a lot of real estate for attorneys. And there's something happens when they go to the bar meetings and go to the bar education. I used to take classes with them in estate planning. There's some kind of transformation that takes place. So I'm sorry, but I know I can hear some very positive things about these two attorneys, but I just really feel that Tamara McKay might represent not only us, but maybe our Hawaiian values, because I think that's what we need to return to. The Queen Liliuokalani, the kahuna that walked where I live right now, have given me a greater sense of what I would hope we can achieve in looking at all these issues of accountability. You know, there's not even any accountability that we used to have 15 years ago. And I want that back again. I want that influence of the Attorney General's office really limited, because the Attorney General's office is controlled by the office of the governor. And all these webs of ACA that go along with all this stuff create the problems that we have now. And I do think that that's why we have never had the truth and accounting of all these elections. I do hope you get my drift, and thank you for listening to my thoughts in this very important matter. And I really honor you. And I also specifically honor the ethics of Ralph Kushney, who brought before you the brave ideas that we could be remiss and there could be errors in this commission. Thank you so much, Ralph. And thank you all for your work and service. Aloha.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
The next testifier is Blanca Larson, followed by Carl Dix.
Blanca Larson, you're muted. Blanca, you're muted. Blanca going once. Blanca going twice. Next speaker, please.
Next testifier is Carl.
Wait. There's Blanca. Hi,
Go
Blanca.
ahead.
I'm sorry. I am allowed to speak or no?
Yes, 3 minutes,
Okay,
ma'am.
I am so sorry. I could not give my unmute thing. I have problems on the bottom. I could not put my hand up. Anyway, thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias for allowing me to speak. I gonna try to keep it short, and I just wanted to make sure that Ralph gets selected for this position. We do not need judges. We do not need any more government employees or ex-employees. We need somebody like Ralph to do the job. He knows the system. He been through all of this. I've been to this meeting many times. Please, and don't make any more excuses. Stop harassing him. He's the man for this job. I yield because I want others to have time to testify. So mahalo and God bless you.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
The next testifier is Carl Dix, followed by Shelby Billionaire.
There you go. Welcome.
Aloha.
Aloha.
It's the first time, but it didn't work. Anyways, I'm here to address a communication problem between the Office of Elections and the Election Commission. It is a fact that the Office of Elections is not communicating with the Election Commission. I won't, even attempt to address why. But this was going on before the current chair. It was under Scotty Anderson before. And yesterday, I filed a list of 103 questions that have been going on that need clarification. And I submitted that to the Office of Elections. Direct questions to verify how the law is being applied to Scott Nago. And my prediction is he's not going to answer a single one of them. He's going to ignore them for the 10 days, which he's allotted. And then it'll come to the Election Commission. And I've already sent it to the Election Commission. And they will get 10 days to answer those questions. And then it'll go to the Supreme Court of Hawaii. And they'll have their 10 days. And then it's going to the United States Supreme Court. And that's the path it's probably going to take unless the commission can answer the 103 questions, because they are extremely relevant to our election processes, at least since 2020. And every election, it's the same issues, the same laws not being followed. Scott Nago was not reappointed properly. I have all the transcripts, all the meeting notes, all the meeting videos. This needs to stop, and it's going to stop. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Dix.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Susan Strom.
You're muted. There you go.
How are you today? It's your last final day. Good to see you. It'll be the last one. You don't have to deal with this anymore. You can go on vacation. I was very impressed. I'm glad you guys let everyone go together. We got to hear all the interviews and people can backtrack it on YouTube. You already seen my testimony. I already read through the answers. You already got my testimony. And I already realized Tamara and Ralph are your best two choices. Yes, the other people did put some good stuff. Some people put some crazy stuff. But that besides the point. I hope they can keep decorum because you're going to be on vacation. Chair Curtis, thank you for all your support. I'm not sure what's going to happen because we still plan to file the federal lawsuits due to the crimes that are happening on the primary election on Article 2, Section 4. As you know, we do have people running for candidacy, but I do feel still afraid that it's going to not going to let inspire people from the younger generations to run for office. Because if the primary, you're forced to go into a party, the Green Party, Republican, Democrat, or Libertarian, and you're a nonpartisan, you're not going to get passed because you have to get 10% over the votes, and you're forced to choose a party in the first place. And we know it's 90% mail-in ballot. And it's rigged from the Democrat election. They have over 197,000 members that go in the primary, Republicans 55. And so Green Party has less than 3,000 people, Libertarians less than that. I was in We the People Party, and we had less than and lost. So I'm very worried for the future, but I know you guys will probably choose someone you can work with based on how you guys responded, meaning all the commissioners who can hear all of our voices. And like I wrote in my testimony, you're going to choose someone you can work with harmoniously. You may not agree with them, but I believe Tamara will be easier to work with, and Ralph's still a commissioner. You know, people will still be voting if they want to continue. If it's volunteer work, I'm not sure why you guys are so crazy to do this for free, because I read your questions. I have no idea who made question number 1. That's, to me, that was a dumb question. This is a trick question. It feels like that's a setup question, and it was really weird how you would ask those questions because that's not what to ask. And if I put my name on the ballot, I'm sure you'd grill me with more questions better than that, and I would have better responses. Because if I was the chair and there was federal lawsuits coming down, now I wouldn't be able to file lawsuits because I'm working for you guys, with you guys, and I'd want to defend everything like a turtle shell. And that's what the chair's job is, to protect everyone on the board, including themselves, from personal liability. So I understand where you guys are going, and it's the end of the era. After all these years, after all these commissioner meetings, we finally got this Zoom thing down. And I'm not sure how it's going to go after you, Chair Curtis, but thank you for your service. And you're probably going to see me in the future, again, not in office, but maybe you can vote for me for OHA trustee. I'll take care of that. So thank you all. You guys have a good day. May the force be with you always. Pikachu out. Aloha.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Aloha Lani Hope Sermelge.
Took me a sec to unmute there.
There you go, Ms. Strom. We can hear you.
Thank you. Aloha to everybody today. Thank you for everyone who has put their candidacy out there, and the exchanges have been really interesting. I came into this with an open heart and open mind, but I did take notes through the process of bearing witness to everything that's taken place. So bear with me. My first point is it is laughable that political division doesn't exist within the commission when those of us who have been consistently at meetings have been witnessing the same commissioners circling the wagons to defend their principle that there is no election anomalies when they can't even lawfully prove there are no election anomalies. I mean, and then you have the silly fact that Commissioner Osterkamp can't prove Joe Biden won the 2020 election because it's still under active investigation. So this ridiculous question is no more than political entrapment. And this is a classic display of bias and a wishful belief rather than factual data that's still being computated. Okay. I have some questions I'd like to put out to the ether. And I encourage everyone to dig in these. And this is to the judge, the applicants and attorney applicants and the commissioners. These are questions that they all should be asked. Do you believe that there are unresolved election anomalies in Hawaii? Even when Peter Berniger of the Election Watch in DC, military intelligence captain Kat Seschel, an election specialist, they both identified verifiable anomalies in the Hawaii election process and where they took place. So I just can't understand how people are saying, oh, no, it's this, it's that. Well, we'll get to that. Do you believe that once an election is certified, that is an acceptable outcome to simply move on from because that's what I see. Regardless of contestations, still trying to push that ticket, that envelope there. Can you share with us the difference between legalese or lawful language in the courts? You know, other people have made mention to the Bar Association. Do people know what that abbreviation stands for? I encourage everyone to deep dive. Even your precious AI has some interesting revelations with that and the origins of that. So, you know, there's questions here that I think people need to look into. You know, we're coming with obviously there's a clear agenda behind the process of denial that's going on here. So my next question is, if the post office has no authority to track mail-in ballots, why are we using the post office? I mean, that's a no-brainer. Why are we utilizing mail-in ballots aside from, you know, active military, those off island, or the infirm, which will always be in place? Why are we even using that? You know, it's just so the political leanings here are just, and the majority of the political leanings here really set us up for absolutely no progress, which is, you know, what you can pick on Ralph all you want. But the thing is that it's the only reason we're not making progress is because of these very commissioners impeding that progress. Barbara
Thank you,
Dalton
Susan.
quotes from Civil Beat publication.
Thank you.
All right, you want me to go on or am I done?
No, you're done.
I just want to say that thank you.
The
Thank
next
you.
testifier is Alohalani Hope Sermelj, followed by Peggy.
Aloha.
Aloha.
I guess you can't see me. Can you?
I can't see you.
How do I fix that, Chair?
I don't know, your camera.
Oh, well, I'm here at the beautiful North Kohala Library testifying under the voter rolls that I paid $100. I am running against David Tarnas, who is part of the Judiciary Committee as well as the Hawaiian Affairs Committee. I found this document, commissioners, and in this document, under the voter rolls, it states that there is a discrepancy of 19,203 ballots. That's the admission of guilt. There's a problem. 19,203 difference between the state count and John Hendricks County count. Myself and others are taking Mr. Nago, Mr. Mike Curtis, and John Hendricks to the Ala Moana venue. I just got my paper back today. I guess we're going to court, Mr. Commissioner, ex-commissioner, Chair Mike. Bottom line is, this has got to stop. We, the people, have the right to vote for the person who will do the job. Even though we've got 2 bar card holders on this potential vote for me, Mr. Weissman from the East Coast, vote for me, another lawyer. We don't need lawyers. We need people who will represent we the people. Mr. Nago, again, you need to be fired, resign, and go away. We need a new CEO. You folks are going to choose today, I hope and pray to the Lord up above, a new chair. Pick that chair with that in mind. In our own voter rolls, it states that we have a difference of 19,203 ballots that weren't counted, stolen, missing at the postal service. Let's get this thing together, folks. We have a primary coming up. I'm a little concerned about my ballots, the people that will vote for me, because I'm going to do the job for them, as God is my witness. Mahalo. I yield.
Thank you, Hope.
The next testifier is Peggy Regentine, followed by Jennifer Cabuon.
I'm having a hard time unmuting, but okay. Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it very much. I appreciate every one of you for being in this position. It's a thankless position, and there are marathon meetings, and I know they're really long, and you have to sit through a lot. I'm testifying that I fully support the chair position to be filled by Ralph Kushner. Cushney's strengths are very evident by his business in Kauai, 65 years. He has good management skills. He has attempted over the years to expose the poor management by the Office of Elections headed by Scott Nagle. I remember Sam Sloan many years ago saying this office needed to be looked at. The leadership needed some work. Cushney has done a very good job the whole time I've been watching these Zooms. He's shown that there are many irregularities in our election with ballots counted and votes registered. He's demonstrated a need for election integrity by expressing his ideas. Unfortunately, I know the commission and present chair ignore his motions and even have attempted to remove him from the meeting. I have worked as an election officer probably for the past 10 years. In the past talks, we have heard about the election, the election in 2020. One experience I had is I was sitting at a computer and my position was to take votes that were given on the computer from out of country. I recorded these votes. I was so shocked because I had Biden. They didn't say anything but Biden. They didn't vote for local people. They only said Biden. But I said, why is this happening? This is so unreal. These were out of country. It was probably a lot of military. It was probably people that were stationed in some other parts of the world. But I didn't understand, why did this happen? I thought it was, very odd that all these Biden ballots were listed. I listed. I brought this to the regular office. I also brought it to this commission, and then I also brought it to Ed Case. Nothing was done. I guess Nagle went in and said everything was legal. I wish at that point I had Ralph Cushney to talk about this, because I think that election had some things that were wrong with it. So anyway, I'd like to state again that I support Ralph Cushney as the new chair for the Office of Elections. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you for your time.
The next testifier is Jennifer Cabuan, followed by Shannara Richmond.
Aloha. You're muted now. You were off for us. There you go.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Jennifer Cabuan. I'm not a follower of Ralph Cushney's Instagram. I don't even have Instagram. I've been on these meetings since 2021 when Scotty Anderson was on the board. I think I was here before Ralph Cushney. So I'm just here because I want my issues addressed. The number one issue that I would like addressed, I think this is the easiest one to fix, is why did Rascal the dog get a ballot mailed to their address? If you guys can't even solve that simple problem, I think there's no need for this commission. The next chair I would support needs to be the chair that will fire Scott Nagle. Being that you're a commission, you have no power in this whole process. The only power you guys have is to fire Scott Nagle. And all of this talking in circles, letting Mr. Esquire talk you in circles and gaslight you is just to distract you from the fact that you have the power to fire Scott Nagle, and all of your problems and all of these past agenda items will be fixed because you will have a new process to work on without Scott Nagle there. And you guys can totally start from square one, get chain of custody. All of your problems will be over. So don't let them confuse you into thinking that digging into the details and keeps you dragging it on until the next election. So I would also like to say that no persons with legal bar association, legal background should be needed because they don't help the people. This should be for the people. This is not a court. We should not treat it like a court and question people like a court setting. So all of that said, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
The next testifier is Shannara Richmond, followed by Melvin Amaral.
Mute.
There you go.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you for hearing me. You know, I've been on listening. This is the first time I've ever testified in this meeting, and I've been on it for years. And I remember clearly the one thing that this commission voted on unanimously was ERIC. We unanimously voted that the state of Hawaii did not want to join ERIC. And then Scott Nagle went to the legislature and pushed for it, and it was passed, and Hawaii joined ERIC. As an employer, as a citizen of Hawaii, at that moment, Scott Nagle should have been fired for violating the will of this commission, and he wasn't. And over the years, I've watched how, from my perception, it's clear manipulation. You guys, you're not stupid and you're not incompetent. So the not following through, the missing things, not getting things on the agenda again and again and again, it can't help but look like this is a deliberate conspiracy. And it's interesting because people are talking about, somebody mentioned conspiracy theories. The only conspiracy theory that's been mentioned today is the Republican Party, and did Tamara Mackay and did Ralph Kushney conspire in advance on their question of what they believe in. These questions said more about the ESCR than they did about the candidates. So this for these election people that call, those of us who have knocked on doors and seen these discrepancies, calling anybody that's fighting for integrity within our election system, calling us election deniers, I would say you are the election denier. The fact that you are deaf, dumb, and blind to what is going on around you. This is, it is what it is. But we need, as a chair, we need someone that is strong enough to stand up to people and not be deterred. And the two strongest people that we have, the two strongest candidates are Tamara Mackay, who's unbelievably fair. I've witnessed her work. She's a woman of integrity, and Ralph Kushney, both strong. They undeterred. They care more. It's selfless service. They're not chasing a title. They're here to serve the people, and they're not just Hawaii, all of humanity, all of our future, all of our destiny. We have to have integrity. And what we've been seeing, I mean, you're not supposed to accuse anybody of anything, but this is the lack of integrity in this commission has been blatant. It's hard to let's all pretend that everybody's up above board. It's impossible if you've got a brain. So anyway, thank you. I yield, and I support Tamara Mackay and Ralph Kushney. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannara.
The next testifier is Melvin Amaral, followed by Vernell Oku.
Welcome.
Hello. Can anyone hear me pretty good?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're doing good.
Hi. First of all, I'd like to thank God. I'd like to thank Jesus Christ. And I also like to thank the board here. Basically, I'd like to say what Andrew said. Correct me if I'm wrong before Patty spoke. Everything he said was exactly correct. I'd also like to say we the people, we the government. Also would like to say, and keep it short, that if I could elect the person as a chair, that would be Ralph Kushney, and also would be Wendell Ilento. Thank you very much. I yield to Jamie. Aloha. God
Thank you.
bless.
The next testifier is Vernell Oku, followed by Victoria Thompson.
Hi. I wanted to thank everyone who's running for the chair position, but I was questioning whether the people that never attended a meeting, why are they running? I mean, this is not a paid position. It's a little suspicious to me that they're being endorsed by other people too, and why they are running. And especially for the Judge Wiseman, because he made the comment that there's always going to be fraud. Is that like if you're chair, there's always going to be fraud? Because to me, that's very questionable. Because I think we're trying to take out fraud from our government. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oku.
The next testifier is Victoria Thompson, followed by Tammy Ash Perkins.
Good afternoon.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for conducting this meeting. I did want to make a point of clarification. Ralph Kushney is terming out at the end of this month, so it should not be a conflict for him to continue on with the Elections Commission as the chair. I see him as being amply qualified and versed in Robert's Rules of Order, which I do believe should be part of the position requirements, is that you're versed in Robert's Rules of Order. Also, the Elections Commission's job is to take complaints and hold the Elections Commissioner accountable, and being the employer of the Chief Elections Officer, it is your duty to hold him accountable for his actions, and also, if he is not doing his job, to replace him. So Scott has, in my 2 years of attending these meetings, has shown that he's not able to do the position and the job. So I think he should resign, but if it takes the Elections Commission to vote him out, then that should happen before the upcoming election, just because we still have the 19 ballot envelope discrepancy that has not been taken care of on the Big Island. And that is literally enough votes to change who our mayor is. The fact that it's taken almost 2 years now to just count those and it's not being done is extremely upsetting. Our candidate should know the law, should be willing to follow the law, and absolutely not vote against following the law in the meetings, and also be familiar with our prior meetings. If we're not operating with integrity, trust, transparency, you have lost already. I already know you've lost your public's confidence, and it is up to this commission to bring that integrity and that honor back to our commission and to our elections. And until we can do that, I feel that it's kind of a lost cause, as a lot of people do. So I urge the commission to vote accordingly and to place somebody in the position with integrity and who is experienced and willing to bring that transparency. I'd also like to follow up with, when are we going to have a meeting for the unfinished business from the last meeting? So I yield.
Thank you, Victoria.
The next testifier is Tammy Ash Perkins, followed by Denise.
Tammy Ash Perkins.
Hi, thank you.
Hi.
Aloha, everyone. I would like to recommend Tamara Mackay for election commissioner. I would like to say that regardless of where one stands politically, many Hawaii voters have expressed concerns about transparency in election administration and the public's ability to fully understand and verify the election processes. Public trust is essential to our democracy, and that trust is strengthened when questions are welcomed rather than dismissed. The Election Commission should be committed to openness, accountability, and continuous review of its procedures. That is one of the primary reasons I support Tamara Mackay. At a time when public confidence must be strengthened, we need commissioners who are independent, principled, and willing to serve the people rather than any political establishment. We do not need another impressive resume or someone seeking prestige. We need individuals with integrity, sound judgment, and the courage to ask difficult questions when necessary. I believe the Election Commission functions best when its members act as independent guardians of the public trust rather than defenders of any particular political viewpoint, agency, or process. When legitimate questions are raised, commissioners should not dismiss them out of hand, but should examine them carefully and objectively. Setting aside personal politics is essential to serving the people of Hawaii. The public deserves commissioners who are committed first and foremost to transparency, accountability, and the faithful application of the law. I believe Tamara Mackay embodies those qualities. She possesses the moral fiber, character, and neutrality required for this important position. She is willing to serve, willing to listen, and willing to place the interests of the Hawaii voters above politics. Most importantly, I believe she would approach the role with fairness and an unwavering commitment to transparency, accountability, and public trust. My second choice is Ralph Sherman. During his tenure on the Election Commission, he has demonstrated a willingness to examine processes critically and ask the questions that many others are unwilling to ask. Effective oversight requires independent thinking, and Ralph has consistently shown that he takes his responsibilities seriously and is committed to ensuring the election procedures withstand scrutiny. The future of election integrity in Hawaii depends upon commissioners who are willing to serve with courage, independence, and principle. So I believe that Tamara Mackay and Ralph Sherman have demonstrated those qualities and deserve your support. I yield. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Denise, followed by Robin Nagasako.
Good afternoon, Denise.
Aloha, everybody. Thank you for letting me express myself. I wanted to put my backing behind David Weissman. I really like the idea that he's spent a lot of time thinking about and writing about ethics. And there's been a lot of talk about transparency and ethics here. But I'm in agreement that I don't want any kind of election denier on our commission. We don't all like the results of elections, but when you are arguing over ginger chews or hard drives or zip drives, whatever, that's not where I think we want to be. I want to see somebody in there who does have the ability to work with true ethics and not, running around with crazy, unverified accusations. So I hope that the commission votes with David Weissman, and thank you for letting me share my thoughts.
Thank you for your time.
The next testifier is Robin Nagasako, followed by Doug Pasnick.
Robin Nagasako fell off the view. Robin going once.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Hi, this is Robin Nagasako. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you for letting me share. I'm thankful and grateful to be here. First off, I just want to give my support for Ralph Kushney. And I want to personally thank him for all that he has done. If not for him, we would not be here today doing this. And thank you for your perseverance and just hanging in there in spite of all of the opposition. I've been to a few, if not many, of these meetings and testified on a couple of them. But the meetings are so long and drawn out, and just like this process, very long and drawn out. And I really feel that it's time for a change. We have to stop playing games and nitpicking and just digging up dirt, but instead work together. We need more unity. And I feel that Ralph he has the experience and he's the man for the job. He can do it. And I've been watching him, and I just appreciate his integrity and his courage. because not many people would do what he has done. And so I'm thankful and grateful for that. I don't think that there should be someone that's a judge or even, yeah, maybe an attorney. I think we need someone that is willing to really speak for the people and the community and what the people want. And so people have been asking Scott Nago to step down for quite some time now. And so I'm hoping that that'll finally happen, that he will either resign or the commission will ask him to step out. And so, yeah, it's time to stop playing games and it's time to start working together. And we need a change. Everybody knows that this is not working right. The system is broken. And so we need someone to be in there that has the courage to make the necessary changes for the people of Hawaii. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful
day. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
The next testifier is Doug Pasnick, followed by Cheryl Beeler.
Good afternoon, Doug.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Curtis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. You know, I'm here as a Marine Colonel, retired 30 years that I spent in the Marine Corps defending freedom. And in 2022, I became aware of what was going on in Hawaii, and that really disturbed me. And it seems like there's a lot of concern about 2020 that was posed as a question in the commission today. But this commission continues to ignore what happened in 2022 in this state. And in this state, in 2022, on the 5th of December, Mr. Green was presented to the people as the lawfully elected governor before the election was ever certified. The certificate behind me was signed on the 28th of November, days before the inauguration, and wherein Mr. Nago attested to certain things that had to be accomplished before you certify an election. And those things are specified in a couple of statutes, which I'm sure you all are familiar if you're on this commission. HRS 11155 requires about 5 things, and HRS 11156 requires 2 specific things. Interestingly, none of that had been done prior to signing this certificate. And how do I know that? Because it's all on the public record. One of the requirements to sign the certificate is to verify campaign spending reports. You can't sign the certificate until that campaign spending report is finally filed. And Mr. Green didn't file his report until the 30th of November. But Mr. Nago signed the certificate on the 28th. How can you do that? How can you do something before you've actually ever done the checks that are required to accomplish the task? It wasn't done. The certification of the election didn't occur reportedly until the 16th of December, but there's no records that a certification was ever done that complied with HRS 11155. I've been asking this commission for years to address these questions, and you all talk about your oath and what you take an oath to uphold. You say you uphold an oath to the Constitution. There's words in the Constitution that mean something. Some of those words specifically in Hawaii say, you shall not have to state a party preference as a condition for voting. But you're going to go to the primary in a couple of months, and you're going to declare a party preference before you vote. And then you're going to watch potentially another inauguration occur before the election is certified because you have failed to answer a fundamental question. And now you're going to vote on a chair. And let me give you this. The only reason people show up to this commission is because they're trying to protect something or because they care. And the people who are showing up, the preponderance of the people that have been showing up to this commission meeting are the ones who care. Please select a chair who will care for the people of Hawaii. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Pasnick.
The next testifier is Cheryl Beeler, followed by Belinda Jacobs.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, welcome, Cheryl.
Hi, everybody. I have a couple things I'd like to say. First, I'd like to reiterate what the previous speaker just said. And I think that's really important. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the decorum that goes on in these meetings, and especially this meeting. We run by Robert's rules. That was voted on. And to allow people to testify and call us fascists and election deniers is absolutely a violation of Robert's rules. It's decorum. I wish that somebody on this committee would have opened their mouths and said something, especially you, Chair. That being said, congratulations on your leave. It'll be nice to have you gone. Now, my support is for Tamara Mackay. I have worked with Tamara for years now. I have watched Tamara work under incredible stress, even holding meetings where people were fighting against her, where she was perfect in her decorum, in her demeanor. She let people say what they wanted to say, do what they needed to do within the boundaries, and then allowed the vote. What we have here in this committee are 3 people who hold everything up. 3, sometimes 4. Why would you not want to have an audit? The only reason that I can think that these 4 people, 3, sometimes 4 people will do that is because they know there's something to hide. What is there to hide? If the IRS was coming to me and they wanted to audit me and I know that I've been doing everything right, go ahead, here's my books. But if I'm doing something wrong, I'm going to fight it. And that's exactly what's happening here. And if you want to understand why these meetings are so long, it's because of these people. We have a lot of people testifying. And today we have a lot of people testifying for this judge. Who are you? Seriously, you have never been to a meeting and you're going to tell us that you're going to watch thousands of hours of meetings to catch up on what's going on here? Dude, we've been in these meetings 10, 12, sometimes 14 hours. You're going to literally sit there and watch these meetings? I don't think so. The attorney? Yeah, no. You lost it with your decorum in the very beginning when you went after Wendell Alento. No. We see your colors already. We need someone who's going to follow the rules, who understands all of the rules, not just some of them.
Thank you
Therefore,
very much.
Tamara Mackay is my choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Belinda Jacobs, followed by Julie.
Ms. Jacobs.
Sorry,
Aloha.
it was saying it wouldn't unmute me. Aloha. Yes, I used to do the IT work for the Office of Elections as a troubleshooter for the Manoa region, and also have been chaired some precincts over the years. And the elections office knows me quite well. They originally, I was with the Office of Elections when Scott was hired. Anyway, I am an IT background. I have been tech lead for the United States, for the state of Hawaii, for the Marine Corps. When we had September 11th, was asked to, anyway, I did 4 networks during that time because of just how contracts were changing within the Navy and Marine Corps. One of my concerns, the people of Hawaii that I talk to are so concerned about the elections, they would like a hand count. They are willing to count by hand what is going on. And I'd like you to take a note of that. Secondly, the idea that was brought up, I wasn't really sure what the discrepancy concern was with the Big Island, but if it's between the ballots mailed in, which the attorney said correctly, the post office may not be really keeping a close track number on that, versus how many ended up in the elections office. Don't forget, people could drop off ballots, so it didn't even go through the post office. So I was kind of trying to track what the issue is there. For me, my interest is in hardware. The hardware issues, I actually was a poll watcher and was never invited back, of course, and had a few questions of the IT department when I was a poll watcher. But all illegal equipment needs to be off those machines. Everybody for Honolulu Hale, they have Wi-Fi in the building. So someone needs to see a discrepancy of information traffic going on election day. The local community is so interested in elections, they would like a hand count off the machines. So when I was a poll watcher, we did have a lot of people that were from China. I befriended one of them because they could have a green card and work in the elections office. But it looked like we had people also back in the clerk's office because from China is a different, and this is no slur against my relatives in the islands have Chinese ancestry. So this is not, it's just that China is very present in our Pacific right now. They have been building islands in the Pacific. So I would like a hardware check. If you have trouble with that, the laws are very clear. My vote is for the teacher because she has federal background concerns about elections and experience. I am concerned about the judge because he has all this interest coming out of nowhere. It sounds kind of like an outsider push. I would even say that over Mackay. Okay. So that's my concern. And thank you for your service to the community. My last comment, though, having people stand for 4 hours with strollers in Kapolei because there are not enough voting locations, that is just a reflection on inadequate service for the community. All right.
Thank
Aloha.
you.
Thank you.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Julie, followed by Michael Plumhoff.
Oh, hello. First of all, I want to address these people in support of David Wiseman and Jill Kim. You folks are never in these meetings until today. It is obvious you folks are using this time for your soapbox, for your ding-dong agendas. Calling people election deniers is foul and unnecessary. You guys are not pointing out things to disqualify people who are always championing for the laws and rules of our elections, especially these election commissioners meeting. It's we the people. It's not a popularity contest. It's obvious Osterkamp and Dalton has their own agenda against them, against Tamara McKay and Ralph Kushner. Instead of attempting to discredit him, why didn't they ask qualifying questions instead of political questions? We are not election deniers. We want clean, fair election. I yield.
Thank you very much.
The next testifier is Michael, followed by Mara.
There you go.
To kind, folks. What I am seeing is a war of attrition. What I am seeing is the lack of common sense. I am not seeing the accounting that Ralph Kushner has been pushing so hard for. If this was banking, if this was money, people would count the money when we can't count the votes. A mayor's position is in flux, but we're name calling, we're uniparty, we're globalist, and I believe Tamara said it well, professional, maturity. We need to bring that to the elections commissions. We see a broke down palace in the Pacific. It is our chance to use civics. I've heard ethics, and I've heard people just bash, but not bring up the civics. Yes, this is an unpaid position because they want safety and security and prosperity and free markets. And that is not taking the Federalist handouts and the oppression and everything that Hawaii is losing when we get involved in the party politics. We need to get involved in accounting, and we need to get into civics. So with the direct violations of the election certification laws, violation 1 of 2024, the federal HAVA and NVRA non-compliance, the voter disenfranchisement and discrimination, the UPS chain of custody failures, the overstayed terms and limits and commission manipulation, back to accounting. 4 years. 4 years. I yield.
Thank you, Michael.
The next testifier is Mara, followed by username Primordial Ooze.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hi. I'm Mara. I'm calling from Makakilo, so I'm actually a constituent. I am a voter here in Hawaii and have been since my return. I grew up here and then moved away for a while for college and getting started and came back. And I've lived a lot of different places and I've seen elections run many different ways. I am calling in support of Judge Wiseman. I am calling because I feel like his background as a judge will not only help him with things like understanding and using Robert's Rules of Order appropriately and enforcing that in the meetings, but I think both his understanding of ethics and legal issues and his experience as a judge and balancing and weighing facts versus feelings and emotions and such will be very helpful in the position. I wanted to also kind of address some of the issues. People are saying, oh, we don't know this guy. Where did he come from? That they don't like folks saying things about election deniers. I haven't been to a meeting in a while because I have a life and the meetings do go long. But I noticed when I was attending the meetings more regularly that there was in the past a huge surge of outsiders who had never attended meetings, but all of a sudden were always there. And those people, I think, may be the ones that are kind of hollering when they're hit with the election denier language. This is not new. You guys did this before. You did this. And to those people, I would like to call your attention to something. Like there's this saying, trust but verify. So trust that the laws are being done, that people are doing their jobs appropriately and legally, but verify. But if you find proof that they did it legally, great. What I see from the folks that suddenly inundated this commission over the last few years is I see that their outlook on life is distrust and deny any evidence that doesn't agree with your distrust. And that is not a good way to run anything. And I would sort of question in that same breath, there's somebody who said, oh, there have been people, a lot of people that come to these meetings have been asking for Scott Nago to step down. But which people coming to these meetings are the ones pushing for Scott Nago to step down? So my opinion is please have Mr. Wiseman be the next chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara.
The next testifier is username Primordial Ooze, followed by Sam Guckenheimer.
Can we get the legal name, please?
You're muted.
Good.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I am Primordial Ooze, otherwise known as Malak Johnson. And I wish to share this message from Sam Hyde.
You know anyone you want to follow in the heavyweight division? Oh, you know it, man. You know the strong fighter. I'm going to kill you.
Here, can we cut this off,
Mr. Ooze, that's inappropriate. Next speaker, please.
The next testifier is Sam, followed by Jen.
Aloha, Sam
Aloha.
Guggenheimer, South Kona District, Congressional District 6. I will be brief. I'm here to testify for Judge David Weissman as chair. This commission needs 3 things: respect for the law, respect for the facts, and solid procedure. Judge Weissman has proven himself able to run a courtroom. He's proven himself with a lifetime of public service. He's proven himself on the Ethics Commission. He has demonstrated respect for the facts, knowledge of the law, and he can run a sound meeting. He will serve you well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next testifier is Jen, followed by Enoka Shane Bingo.
Aloha, Jen. Have you testified
Hey,
today?
can you hear me? No, I haven't.
Okay, thanks. Welcome.
Yeah, it was another Jennifer. Hi. I think Bingo was first, but I'll go really fast. I just wanted to put my support behind Ralph Cushney or Tamara Mackay. I loved Wendell. He was excellent, but I feel like he's really busy, but he's a really great resource. I'm really very surprised that a judge would not be familiar with 52 USC. It's the 20701, which is the 22-month retention. I have a mom that doesn't pay attention much, but even she knows there's a 22-month retention for audits for elections across the country. And so the fact is that it just seems very interesting that out of nowhere, a lawyer and a judge are stepping up to take the chair position, yet they haven't been to our meetings and they actually don't know anything about what's been happening. And they say, yeah, well, we can catch up. But the fact is that there's several years worth of things going on that it would take a lot for someone to catch up with. And I just feel like they're not really qualified. And I feel like somebody who knows Robert's rules would be very qualified, and someone who has the ability to find the information that is out there, open source, such as requesting by FOIA records, and then comparing them to other records that are also open source and acquired by FOIA. That's not making up numbers. That's what the documents themselves are saying. And so the people have been asking for a very long time for there to be some accountability. And I just think that the people that sound like they are just kind of coming in after, everything's been happening will not allow that accountability. And so I really urge this commission to vote for Tamara Mackay or Ralph Cushney, although I'd like to see Ralph continue what he's doing. But anyway, thank you so much. Have a lovely day. Aloha.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Enoka Shane Bingo, followed by Austin Martin.
Hello.
Aloha.
All right. There's a lot of brand new faces in this meeting today. Kind of like a call out happened all over Hawaii County. Kind of like Commissioner such and such wrongfully thwarted towards Mr. Cushney and Ms. Mackay's collusion with the national MAGA meetings, giving them their answers to his subjective questions. Was there a county meeting on the Big Island involving maybe a certain current or former commissioner to do search for like-minded friends to run for this position who maybe pit them against us and certain commissioners that are constantly on this? We're consistently here on this participation roster, but here we are with a bunch of new people. Secondly, I'd like to point out Mr. Sabas is in the meeting room, but his camera is not on. So is he just like not participating in the voting either, since he didn't participate in the interview process? Thirdly, I'd like to point out that Mr. Weissman lied to everyone's face. He's about his neutral stance. He is vehemently anti-Republican, anti-conservative, anti-paper ballots, and all things traditional voting methods. He wants modern tactics with regarding to voting, that he doesn't understand. Shout out to Scotty Anderson. And somebody pointed out too that there's no mail security and USPS doesn't even track the paper ballot. So yeah, moving towards somebody who wants to modernize voting and not take it back to traditional stance is kind of going backwards. Both interviewees, Kim and Wiseman, have not attended these meetings, have not shown interest in these meetings, but now by sheer coincidence, the two Hawaii County interviewees for chair are interested. That's kind of sus. Also, they both, Mr. Wiseman and Miss Kim, had similar answers in the sense of that they're just going to study the transcripts and the minutes and get caught up. But why haven't they done that? They had a month notification about this meeting. Why haven't they done so and caught up with the meeting in the time before, instead of coming in not knowing anything? Their lack of tenacity and tentativeness to be up to date with the current meetings before today and how long they span the issues at hand, it speaks volumes. As previous testimony stated, these meetings are chaos. We need you all to have action. So please elect someone who has familiarity and above all, neutrality. This commission, I mean, you know, it's half and half pit against each other, but the only questionnaire or the only interviewee that I heard that had an unbiased and neutral stance today, which is a crucial qualification, was Tamara Mackay. She has repeatedly but humbly and very truthfully schooled you guys on your own bylaws, state laws, and Robert's Rules of Order upholdings. She's neutral and fair. Mr. Cushney, it's self-explanatory. He's put in the time and effort. He asked the questions that we've all had. Ralph has shown a willingness to act, but remain calm in opposing settings, which should be recognized and taken into consideration.
Thank you.
Mr. Elenco. All right, thank you.
The next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Wallen Christian.
Hey, welcome.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for hearing me today. Members of the committee and to the public, aloha. I am Austin Martin. I am the sitting chairman of the Libertarian Party of Hawaii. I'm also on the Libertarian National Committee as a regional representative for the newly formed Region 1, which I reformed just recently over convention, which was fun. I have a extensive background in organizational leadership and dealing with contentious partisan organizations, turning around big messes. And this is a big mess. And behind all of the bickering, there is a lot of very thick politics that the average people are at a disadvantage to understand. And so I want to offer my expertise to this conversation as we weigh a very important decision. This committee is a deliberative body. It has to rule itself. It is not required to make any decision today. If no chair is elected, a chair pro tem can be selected from among the members to run the meeting. Be done by a majority vote. And I think a lot of effort has been invested in disinformation to try to pressure commissioners into making a choice. I thought it was funny. There was a judge up here earlier who implied that, you know, Mr. Cushney's conflict of interest was somehow substantive, which was very self-serving because, you know, the current outgoing chair is trying to affect his own election. And I think that's far more, or his own succession. And I think that's far more significant from an organizational standpoint than someone on the board running, especially given the past history. And this is an interesting thing. There's a lot of people here today who don't know the history. I was an election observer in 2022, and I was threatened with arrest for trying to file an incident report. So there are serious issues that transcend the partisanship. The reason I did not apply for this position is I'm a party chair. And even though the Libertarian Party is unlikely to be disputing the outcomes of elections, it doesn't matter. You know, I have a responsibility to my grassroots supporters and the people who care about liberty to do a good job in that fight. And I unfortunately can't just put that away to come and serve over here, even though I'd love to. I doubt that I'm electable here. You guys need to find someone who's really neutral, really cares about the rules, and is free from the partisanship. Because this is not about a left versus right thing. This is about a right versus wrong thing. This is about the law. It's why we have these procedures, is it allows us to navigate these contentious situations with order and reasonableness. So I look forward to the committee taking its sweet time, finding someone good for the job and muddling through in the meantime, and not responding to the pressure tactics and the other things that are being done to try to produce results that are very politically convenient. I just think we need to be real about our own biases and our own partisanship. And thank you for hearing me. I hope you all have an excellent day. Aloha.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The next testifier is Wallen Christian. Just to mention, Susan Strom and Jamie Detweiler have their hands raised, but have already testified.
Thank you.
Good
Christian?
afternoon. Can you folks hear me and see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. First off, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My name is Wallen Christian. I'm going to try and read this so we can get through quickly. My name is Wallen Christian, and we have now been on this call for close to 5 hours. And this is actually one of the better calls as we come on here monthly. The selection of the chair is an important decision that will shape the direction and tone of this commission. As we've seen in the past, this commission has gone awry in arguing, bickering, removing certain commissioners from this meeting, and it's really unfortunate. The people of Hawaii deserve a commission that is professional, transparent, accountable, and respectful. Unfortunately, we've seen the opposite many times. While disagreements, which is good, it can be expected, it should be expected, but it must be conducted professionally. I'm hoping that going forward, we can get to that point. Commissioners are here to serve the people of Hawaii, not parties, not politicians, and not organizations. Not making your judgments on personal preferences. Also, again, like I said, political considerations, but for the good of the people and according to the law, as we do have attorneys here that will know that. Decisions must be grounded in the law, the facts, the Hawaii Constitution and the United States Constitution. The chair should have adequate time to do their homework, research issues, and come to meetings fully prepared. Two of your candidates cannot do that at this point because of their professions. The chair should also have at least 1 year of consistent attendance in these meetings to understand the commission's history and ongoing issues. Again, you have several who have not. I was asked to apply for this position, but declined because I am running as a candidate in the 2026 elections. And I believe it is important to avoid any appearance of conflict or impropriety. I also raised the importance of compliance with primary ballots requirements as established by law in the Hawaii Constitution, Article 2, Section 4. You've heard it many times. I'm the one that brought it up. And right now, I looked at my primary that was sent to me through the Hawaii elections, and it's still on there. That requires every person to determine what party they're running for. That's against the law, guys. Okay? Accountability, professionalism, and preparation are essential to maintaining public trust in this commission and Hawaii's elections. I hope and I pray the commission selects a chair who leads by example and keeps the focus on serving the people of Hawaii. My personal opinion, I love Ralph. He's exactly where he needs to be. My choice would be Tamara Mackay. I've seen her work. Mahalo for your time. Aloha.
Thank you, Ms. Christian.
The next testifier is Tara Malia Gregory, followed by Peter Bernager.
Afternoon, Tara.
Aloha, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Aloha, Tara Malia Gregory. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for allowing us the time to speak. I've been getting on these calls since 2024, and I will say something that hasn't been discussed. You know, I am someone that cares about the letter and the spirit of the law. We've brought up multiple different laws. I do want to go through those right now and then just kind of recap some of the things that have been spoken about and just bring in another perspective. This commission does have one specific job, and the chair is to lead this commission. And it is to check and balance not only the actions of the chief elections officer, but also the spirit by which everyone operates on this call and the people that are called in as testifiers to this call, whether they're in positions of authority in specialization getting on these calls, or if they're just testifiers like someone like me. I'm a constituent and I care about fair elections. You know, my dad is a Navy veteran and my mother, they both lived here, grew up here, and they came back here in the hopes that things would be different, that decisions would be made better by the people in charge. And I just want to share, these are the laws that have been in question that the chief elections officer has been supposed to be upholding, and that this commission has supposed to have been keeping them accountable. It's HRS 11-155, 11-91, 3-177-453, HRS Chapter 92, Hawaii Uniform Information Practices Act. We've got the National Voter Registration Act, the Help America Vote Act, and we have 52 USC 2701. These are 7 infractions that have supposed to have been brought up and have not been time and time again. And someone got on this call and said, well, I don't hear anybody calling for the resignation of Scott Nago. From the very beginning, years ago, when people have been getting on, we were asking this commission to do their one single job, and that is to get rid of a person that is in a position taking taxpayer money, taking federal money, and get rid of that person. And that job has not been done. And the person and the people that have been showing up on this call consistently have been Tamara Mackay and Ralph Cushney, who are now in a position to actually do the will of the people, what the people have asked. We can go round in circles about slinging mud and what people are calling other people, but the fact of the matter is this commission is here for one reason and one reason only. And the chair has not done his job well, and the commissioners have not done their job well as a whole. And the people that are up now for the chair position have been here, have been consistent. I've worked personally in my own capacity with both of the people, Tamara Mackay and Ralph Cushney, and they have my backing merely because they know how to get the job done. Mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Peter Berniger, and followed by Brett Colbis.
Mr. Berniger. You're muted. There you go.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm testifying today that I have obtained from the U.S. Postal Service the absentee ballots mailed in for the 2024 election. Those U.S. Postal Service documents are in my possession now, and I will be flying out to Hawaii this month yet for people who have contacted me and wish to talk. And I'm not speaking about any commissioner. So I yield my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Berniger.
The next testifier is Brett Colbis, followed by Wawa S.
Mr. Colbis.
Aloha, Commissioners, Board. My name is Brett Colbis. I'm a 26-year Navy veteran. And while I'm not going to directly support or not recommend any specific candidate because each of them have their pros and cons, I will remind the commissioners, that your decision is important. And I would ask that you understand servant leadership and how it must sit at the center of how you think about the role of the chair of the Hawaii Elections Commission. It's not about securing a title or a platform. It's about willingly taking the lowest place so that the people of Hawaii can have the highest confidence in their elections. Servant leadership applied to your decision as commissioners means looking beyond charisma, resumes, or political alignment and asking who is most ready to serve, who is willing to carry the weight of the process, not the glory of the position. In this context, servant leadership looks like listening more than speaking, protecting the process more than reputation, and choosing transparency over convenience. It means being willing to do what is right even when it is difficult, slow, or misunderstood because the people you serve may never see the quiet sacrifices you make on their behalf. As commissioners, you are not just choosing a presiding officer, you are entrusting the stewardship of public confidence to someone's character. My encouragement to you is seek the person who most reflects this type of service, one who will bear the responsibility, absorb the pressure, and consistently put the good of Hawaii voters ahead of personal agenda or praise. I yield. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Kobus.
The next testifier is Wawa S.
Aloha.
Hello. Aloha. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we have the
Thank
full
you.
name, please?
What is your name?
Wawa S. Wawa Santiago.
Thank you.
Aloha, and thank you for this opportunity. I just wanted to say that Sabas should not be allowed to participate in this vote since he chose to stay in the background throughout the entire interview process. The commissioners are supposed to have their cameras on, and that should disqualify Mr. Sabas voting participation. And I'd like to also add, when one of the commissioners fall asleep or look like he's sleeping, he should do that when this camera is off. Another thing, majority of those that gave testimonies today, I only want to say thank you for those words because those are the same words I would say. And I'd like to put this forward for Tamara, Ralph. You guys are going to be great leaders. Thank you for this time. Aloha.
Thank you. I see Susan and Jamie testified before. I would offer each one of them 1 minute for new comments regarding today's agenda. I would ask Susan Strom, please.
Chair Curtis, for allowing me to just wrap up real quick, and I'll make it short. I just wanted to say, as Ralph Cushney, he is merely doing his job to ask the hard questions and push for transparency in our election process. And the consistent half or less of the majority of this commission has projected all their own and heaped all their own lack of accountability and villainized him for doing what he is actually constitutionally required to do. A good commissioner is going to question any pukas, any holes, any anomalies in an election because we have to have complete transparency. So, I just don't understand why there's such desperate villainizing that's going on there. He has done his job beyond the call of duty and taken incredible abuses and jabs through the whole thing. And the only thing he's asked for the whole time is accountability. So if we get some good commissioners on here that are all with the same mission, then we're in a perfect world, and we don't
Thank
have
you,
to have
Susan.
this holdup.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
Jamie, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to wrap up. When I testified earlier, I wasn't aware that we would be able to endorse or recommend any of the candidates. So I'd like to take this time to recommend Ralph Cushney and Tamara Mackay. And I say this based on their response to the questions and also their demonstrated abilities, their skills, knowledge, and abilities to address the issues. I've witnessed Tamara during meetings. She has an excellent grasp of Robert's rules, and so does Ralph. They both research the issues before they speak. And I'd like to also add that I've been a community advocate since 2021. I retired from the federal government in 2020, and I've been attending these election committee meetings since 2021. I also ran for office in 2022, and I've served as an official election observer. And I've been out to Kapolei on election night, so I saw firsthand some of the challenges that our voters are experiencing on election day. So I just want to add that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I would invite Wendy to speak for 3 minutes. You missed her before. Aloha.
Hi, thank you
Hi.
for letting me speak. Um, I've been on these meetings for a few months, uh, or more than, I mean, from last year, and they do go really long. I'm fortunate that I can listen in while I work and just hear what's going on. And you know, those people that testified that uh, they keep saying there's no evidence. It's because you guys have never really checked. You've avoided doing what you should be doing. And you know, it is a game. I think everyone's just, you know, just seeing how many people they can get on their side or call to do stuff. But um, the truth is the truth, and it will come out. And the people that live here, who, you know, a lot of us are older. We've been voting for a long time, and going to your neighborhood school was convenient, and you guys stopped all of that just because of COVID. And we're seeing now that COVID was a lie, and so, you know, we can see. It doesn't matter what you say. You can keep saying, you know, saying what you say, but people see it now, and they're going to keep seeing it, and it's going to get more and more transparent. They're saying that I too have worked with Tamara, and I'd like to put in a good word for her. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for your time. So testimony's over. The method of choosing the next chair, I would suggest we consider there's some online survey programs that would allow us to take several votes and report the outcome of the votes if we could set those up prior to where each one could vote for one or two candidates, or even stacked voting, or what is that? The voting where the first, second, and third party are considered.
Choice voting.
What's that?
Ranked choice.
Yeah, ranked place voting is a potential.
Ranked choice.
Ranked choice, I'm sorry. Ranked choice voting might allow us to reach a 6 vote for replacing me. What other methods of voting are potential? Yes, Lindsay.
I think we agreed at our last meeting how we were going to vote.
And what was that agreement?
That was that we vote. I'm trying to remember the exact wordings. Anyone can help me out. That we vote for each candidate, that the ones with the fewest votes are eliminated. Then if we have to vote again and vote again, vote again.
Okay. And other commissioner input?
Yes, sure. We cannot do ranked choice voting because any winner has to have at least 6 votes.
That's eventually. That'll be refining it down to the final 1 or 2 or 3 candidates.
But ranked choice voting would imply that we're making a positive vote for somebody. And each commissioner has to have the ability to say yes or no, rather than just ranking the people.
Okay. Then individually we'll vote for, and then the lowest voted candidate would be eliminated. Ralph.
Yes, so I agree with Mr. Osterkamp on that. And also, everything needs to be a voice vote so that we can hear what everybody's saying. No electronics, voice vote.
Okay. If that's your method of achieving 6 votes, we can go for it. So the vote was for voting for each of the candidates individually. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Apana.
How do you know if you'll be serving next month?
Several of us don't.
I don't understand. How does Mike know if he'll be serving next month?
I
No,
was
you.
supposed to
Each of the
yeah.
commissioners, several of us expire at the end of this month.
Okay, what difference does that make?
That means we'll have different voters in
No,
July.
I know, but what difference does it make? We have the obligation to vote. Whether we are occupying this seat or somebody else, what difference does it make?
Mr. Apana.
Mr. Chair, it makes a big difference to me because if I'm going to be replaced, I would like my replacement to, may he or she choose who they want to work with. That's come I was asking, how do we know if we're being replaced or not?
I don't know.
Or
Speak to the
reappointed.
person who nominated you.
Okay.
And there's nothing that can be done about that. You just have
Yeah.
to make a choice for the person you think is best, if any of them. You don't have to vote for anyone.
Well, then, if that's the case, Mr. That might be the best advice. I will be recusing, voting no, whatever, until I know I am the commissioner.
Mr. Apana, you have an obligation to perform today because you are a commissioner.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he's still not obligated to vote for anybody if he
Correct.
doesn't think
That's
that
correct.
anybody is
I
a sufficient
understand what
candidate.
my possibilities are.
Okay. You're obligated to participate as long as you're commissioner.
Okay.
You haven't been replaced yet, and neither have I. Okay, Barbara.
What is the process that comes into play when there's no candidate that can get 6 votes?
Jeffrey
Appointment by this
Jeffrey threatened me with carryover.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what I would propose is that unless the AG tells us we can't do it, that Mike continue to serve indefinitely. Could be another 4 years.
What?
But the other alternative would
think
simply be that the Chief Justice takes note and appoints somebody. I would hate, though, to be leaderless during the interim period.
There's a third chair.
Yeah.
There's another possibility. We just elect a pro tem chair to conduct meetings until we elect a real chair.
And that is allowed.
Why don't we just why don't
Where
we
is
just
that?
vote and see where we go?
Right, exactly right. Yes.
Yeah, there should be no discussion. Let's vote.
But why should there be no discussion?
Yeah.
Because at the last meeting, we decided how we were going to do this.
Oh, I thought you meant as far as who the candidate should be, who the.
No. I'm talking about the vote. We had decided at the last meeting how we were going to do this. And I think now that we're done with discussion and we've heard from all the candidates, we should vote. We may be voting for the next 4 hours.
No, we're only going till 4 o'clock.
We have a timeline on this meeting and not on any other?
No, on other meetings we did too. I set 4 o'clock as a time limit. Yes, Lindsay.
Is Wally Nishimura no longer in the running?
He is, but he wasn't able to make today's appointment. Or wait, I believe he retracted. I believe Wally retracted from consideration.
We need to
saying that he wasn't able to commit his time today or in the future.
Okay.
Was that the letter that we received and was sent out?
Ms. Papalimo, I believe so. Barbara.
I'll check.
I object to voting over and over again because I know who I am voting for, and that's not going to change regardless. So I suggest we do one round of voting. We ascertain that nobody's going to get 6 votes, and then we proceed accordingly.
Well, let's move forward based on that assumption because I can reasonably predict it. Ralph, you have your hand up.
Yes, we already decided how we're going to vote. We're all voting for each candidate, yes or no, and the lowest vote counters get dropped out. So you can vote the same way each time if you like, but that was the process we already agreed to.
There's nothing in the statute that says that that's the way it should be, and it's
We
an odd way to do it.
We passed a motion already about this.
Can we have the staff read us the minutes from the last meeting that
Include that
identify that?
motion while we discuss this. Staff, could you look at the letter
Yeah,
of the
I
motion?
believe the motion you folks are referring to is a motion by Commissioner Cam that the Elections Commission elect a chair using the sequential runoff method, which is commissioners cast a yes or no vote for each candidate, and the lowest vote getters are eliminated. The commissioners again cast a vote yes or no vote for each remaining candidate, and again, the lowest vote getters are eliminated. As the field narrows, one candidate can potentially get 2/3 majority or 6 votes. This motion was seconded by Commissioner Papalimu and carried.
Thank you.
Yes. Did you have something else, Ms. Papalimu?
No, I just said thank you to
Okay, then take your hand down, please. Okay, so one at a time, we'll ask for a yes or no for Tamara McKay, and it'll be a roll call vote.
Should we have any
We'll be
discussion
having discussion, right?
before we do the yes or no votes on these people?
I don't believe so. I think let's do the vote and see who we eliminate in the first round.
I think
Chair,
there
just
should
to
be discussion
clarify,
before a vote.
is
I'm sorry,
Commissioner
wait.
Sabas
Time out. Jeffrey, what was your point in that?
Well, you could conceivably have somebody get 6 votes in the first round without there even being any discussion, which I think would be a bad outcome. I think we need to hear what people have to say about the various candidates.
Let's assume that's not a possibility and go through this process.
Okay.
At the end, we'll have 2 or 3 candidates, none of which may achieve the 6 vote critical.
Fine. Okay, let's do it.
So we'll eliminate all but 3.
3.
Reasonably? Or 4? How many do you want to eliminate this round?
Bottom
The
3.
lowest vote getter.
Let's say the bottom 3. We'll eliminate the bottom 3 in this round of voting. Agreed?
Okay.
Okay.
So Chair,
Voice call for Tamara McKay. McKay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lindsay,
One
go ahead.
quick question, Mr. Sabas. He's not voting, right?
He recused himself.
Okay.
Commissioner Andrion,
aye.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
and Commissioner Sabas excused. So that's 4 yes votes, 3 no, and 1 excused.
And Chair, are you not voting?
No, he can't.
I disagree.
I believe I can vote on this, but I cannot vote on the final.
No, you can't, Chair.
On the.
No, you cannot.
No, you cannot.
Okay.
You can't.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Assuming Wally Nishimura is retracted it. Michael Yelk.
Commissioner Andrion,
No.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
and Commissioner Sabas excused. So that's 2 yes, 5 no.
Mr. Wiseman.
David Wiseman, Commissioner Apana, I'm sorry, Commissioner Andrion,
No.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
and Commissioner Sabas excused. That's 2 yes and 5 no.
Just a point of information, for minutes' sake. Mr. Sabas is recused, not excused. He recused himself. The chair did not excuse him from the job.
Noted, Commissioner
I said
Papalimu.
recused. Okay. Wendell Ilento.
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Kam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
and Commissioner Sabas is recused. So that is 3 yes and 4 no.
Joe Kim.
Commissioner Andrion,
No.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
and Commissioner Sabas recused. So that is 2 yes and 5 no.
Ralph Kushney. You need to recuse yourself on this vote.
No, Chair.
No, he gets to vote.
Absolutely.
No,
Chair.
he does
You
not.
voted for yourself?
Him.
Okay. Then you're opening the commission up for a legal fight that's been identified by 2 professionals and 1 of the commissioners.
That's
You're
okay.
willing to open the commission up to a legal challenge because of your qualification as candidate that didn't qualify as with your application.
And
But
an
that's
ethics
okay, as
complaint.
long as you understand that. This is for Ralph Kushney. Would I entertain a roll call?
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
and Commissioner Sabas recused. So that's 4 yes and 3 no.
And Sherilyn Wells.
Sherilyn Wells, Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
and Commissioner Sabas recused. That's 4 yes and 3 no.
So we got 4-3 Tamara Mackay. We got Jelk 2 and 5. We've got Wiseman 2 and 5. We got Ilento 3 and 4. We have Joe Kim 2 and 5. We got Kushney 4 and 3. And we got Sherilyn Wells 4 and 3. So 4 and 3, 4 and 3, 4 and 3 are Tamara Mackay. Let's see, Ralph Kushney and Sherilyn Wells
Lord.
are the top 3, I'm sorry. So those are the top 3, as I calculated. Is that correct?
Yes.
That aligns with my numbers as well.
That is correct.
So Wally's out, Yelk's out. Wiseman got 2, Ilento got 3, Joe Kim got 2, Ralph got 4, and Sherilyn Wells got 4.
I thought we were dropping the bottom 3.
That was the decision previously made.
So who are the bottom 3 that are now out?
Yelk, Wiseman, Joe Kim.
That's it. Those are the 3 out. So now we vote again.
Okay. So if anybody gets 6 votes, they win. So we'll try Tamara Mackay.
Chair,
Roll call vote.
point of order.
Yes.
Can we, I feel like we now need to move into discussion where these are all motions being made and there's no discussion among the body. I strongly feel, and maybe Corp Counsel can even interject here, but we as a body should be having discussion over these votes.
Why?
Chair, I would
For
move
example,
to
I would
adjourn.
want,
I mean, there's no point in continuing to bang our heads against the wall. Nobody got more than 4 votes. That's not going to change. This isn't a party convention.
You can call for discussion, and if anybody wants to discuss something, they can. And then we.
Okay. Go ahead.
I mean,
for
in good
discussion.
faith,
We've
I
got
would think
45 minutes
Barbara and
In good
to
faith.
get 6 votes.
You
So
have
discussion, go ahead.
so we're discussing each
Dylan, go
person,
ahead.
or what are we, or how are we doing this? Just open discussion? I would ask for the body to vote for Tamara Mackay. That's who I am supporting in this. I know we need 6 votes. For me, her explanation, that first question is a polarizing question, but I don't fault Commissioner Osterkamp for asking it or for it even being in our questionnaire. Contrary to a lot of our testifiers, I'm actually appreciative of the question. I think it reveals to us how the leader or the leader we elect would address a polarizing question. And if you notice the way that she responded, she held her integrity and she gave a straight answer. She gave an honest answer. And I appreciate her explanation of also the way that she's also started her own nonprofit for the benefit of it being more inclusive and gathering information from the entire community and not being in an echo chamber. So for me, my vote will be cast for Tamara Mackay. I appreciate that she is able to operate with Robert's Rules of Order in a very professional manner, and she has the experience for it. And out of all the candidates today, she's the most well attended on all these calls and is familiar with the topics that we're going through. I think it would be a major disservice, not just to this body, but to the public, were we to bring on a leader who has no experience with us and has not been a part of these calls. Of course, we voted in closed session in electing Mike Curtis, but one could ascertain that one of the reasons for him being chair was he was already a commissioner and already familiar with everything. Resetting the page and going with someone who doesn't know what SVRS is. Tamara Mackay is knowledgeable on all this, has been abreast on this. She's been faithful to testify, faithful to participate, and clearly she's operating in a nonpartisan manner, and her answers reflect that.
Thank you. Ralph.
Yes, I support Dylan and what he's saying, and I would step aside to have her be the chair.
Additional discussion?
Yeah, so Tamara Mackay is not nonpartisan. That's an absurdity. She's one of the primary.
I didn't say that, Commissioner Austin.
Okay,
Dylan,
well,
Dylan, he has the floor. Thank you.
in any event, she's one of the primary Republican operatives in the state. She's all over the internet. You Google her, Republican Party. She's making the speeches at the parties and at the election activities. And I strongly disagree that her answers were straight with respect to question number 1. She avoided the question at all costs, which is what the national party says to do when somebody is up for a position that requires support from more than just the most extreme people. You know, what I think is really terrifying about all this, you know, I Googled Hawaii election denier, and the first thing that we get is electiondeniers.org. They go through every single state. They look at, well, what do we have here in terms of statewide offices? And they found for Hawaii that we have 2 election deniers that hold statewide office right now, and both of them are on this commission. And right now, we're discussing putting a 3rd person on there that would be an election denier on the Office of Elections, the Elections Commission. This is the height of absurdity. It's a Joseph Heller novel. We are talking about putting a 3rd election denier on the Elections Commission. Think about that. We cannot do that.
Okay.
It's an absurdity.
I'm going to shut down discussion because the motion was already made to eliminate 3. Now we'll go back to the 4 that are remaining, and we'll have commission votes on those. If we don't, so let's start with Tamara Mackay.
Chair, can I just respond first and give one final comment on?
No.
What if they don't get
We've
sick?
already voted on the method of election, so we'll continue with
That's
that.
not what we were doing. We were having.
Tamara Mackay.
Are you stopping discussion?
I move
Yeah,
to close
I'm
discussion.
saying that the decision is already made on how this is going to proceed. Now we're going to vote on the 4 remaining candidates.
You always seem to stop discussion
Well, appeal the ruling of the chair.
when people on the commission have been attacked, whether they are named.
So we're
or-
going to quit the attacks and we're going to vote.
Well, you should have stopped the attack before it started.
Well, right. Okay, I will.
Instead
I'll
of
stop it right now.
Because
We're
then
gonna
you
vote.
give us no recourse.
A roll call for Tamara Mackay.
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Apano,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas recused, so that's 4 yes and 3 no.
Okay. Now looks like Wendell Ilento.
Wendell Alento, Commissioner Andrion,
No.
Commissioner Apano,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Kam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas recused, so that's 2 yes and 5 no.
Mr. Kushney.
Ralph Kushney, Commissioner Andrion,
No.
Commissioner Apano,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Kam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas recused, so that's 2 yes and 5 no.
I believe we're down to Sherilyn Wells.
Sherilyn Wells, Commissioner Andrion,
No.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Kam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
Commissioner Sabas recused, so that's 1 yes
Wow.
and 6 no.
So we have Tamara Mackay with 4. We have Wendell with 2. Have Ralph with 2, and Sherilyn with 1. So we'll eliminate Sherilyn, and we're down to the top 3.
But we're not going to.
Does anybody want to take a vote? See if anyone has 6.
Wait.
Let's have discussion, Chair.
Hold on.
Are we?
We can have discussion on the process and the voting. I don't want
Didn't
any
we
more
just
discussion on the
eliminate 2
candidates, but
people?
the
No?
process.
I thought we
Lindsay.
were going to eliminate the bottom 3.
Lindsay.
Yeah, my question is the same as Ms. Copeland, do we only eliminated one? Wouldn't we eliminate two at least?
We'd have to
Bottom
eliminate three
three.
because there were two ties at 2. There was one vote of 1 and one vote of 4.
Oh, I see. So why not eliminate 3?
Yeah.
Okay, we can have a vote for Tamara Mackay as chair. If somebody would like to make a motion to elect Tamara Mackay to replace Mike Curtis as chair.
Yes, Chair, I
So
do.
moved.
Yep.
Okay, it's been moved by Ralph and seconded by
Here. Oh, Papalimu.
Ms. Papalimu. Okay, vote's been made to elect Tamara Mackay to replace Mike Curtis as chair. Need 6 votes.
Discussion?
Roll call, please.
No, discussion, Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, discussion. Go ahead.
So
Ralph, you got it.
in these conversations,
Process only.
we're voting on somebody. We're going to talk about their qualifications or not.
Chair
We've already
said process only.
Ad
No,
nauseum.
but that's what the chair said.
Okay, let's see if we get 6 votes.
We're trying
Nobody's
to get.
going to change their vote with the discussion. I would ask for a roll call vote
Well,
for
I'd like to
Tamara
say
Mackay to
something.
replace Mike
You
Curtis as
cannot
chair.
assume
No,
people's chair.
That was the process that we agreed on.
the chair. We can do
We've
this.
done that. We've listened to the candidates. We've listened to the commissioners. Now, if you have 6 votes for Tamara, I'd be happy to hear about it.
So let's discuss this and then we'll vote. We're down to 1 person.
I move to close discussion and go straight to voting.
Seconded.
The call for a question has been called. Is there a second?
Second.
The second to call the question and limit and pass through discussion and go immediately to the vote. This requires 6 votes. So all in favor of closing discussion, vote aye.
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 Who wants, does anybody, who wants not to
Take a roll call.
stop discussion? What, roll call? Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Andrion,
A yes vote is to stop discussion and go immediately to the vote.
No.
Commissioner Apano,
Roll
No.
call. Okay.
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Nope.
Commissioner Sabas,
Recused.
recused, and Chair Curtis.
You can't vote.
I can vote on this
Can't do
motion.
this.
And I vote yes, but the motion dies. Discussion, Ralph.
Yes, so we're this word election denier. What we have is audit denier.
We're talking about Tamara Mackay.
That's what we're talking about. Mr. Osterkamp was referring to her as an election denier. And what we really have is audit deniers, and we're being denied every opportunity to conduct an audit. And there should be no questions that anybody can ask that are off limits. So we should be able to see the records. We should have verifiable elections. And I think Tamara can fulfill that job. And the Office of Elections is either going to withhold, they're going to, they should be subject to the scrutiny. This is a public elections. So I hope everybody could vote for her. She's down to the last candidate. So thank you.
Other discussion?
Yes, I have some discussion. I've worked with Tamara before. We go back a ways. We have not always seen eye to eye. She has not been my first choice in other avenues, but for this position, I am proud to see how she has grown in Robert's Rules. I am happy to see her working outside and working with both sides of the aisle, trying to get more people together. And so for this position, I know where she stands, but I do believe that professionally, she will be able to run a meeting as a chair needs to run a meeting and to make decisions and votes based on the facts before her. And so I don't have a problem having her step in. And one of the reasons that I am putting my support behind Tamara, and trust me, that wasn't where I was going when this started. And so to assume how people will vote, I feel is not something the chair should be saying or repeating. Because people can change their minds. People can give other people a chance. And so I don't want to lose Ralph Kushney off of the commission. If we put him into the chair position, that opens up his chair. And I believe that he has been fastidious and in his position and has remained, I'm looking for a word that is escaping me right now, has remained very true to what he is trying to fix. So I don't want to lose him in his seat. So I am going to put my support behind Tamara. And trust me, nobody would have told you I would have done that at the beginning of this meeting. Nobody. So even Tamara would tell you that. So please don't assume how people will vote. I think there's an opportunity here for us to have a change, maybe just a different professional outlook in the position that she'll be assuming. And was probably my name, on that denier thing, because I drove the Trump truck. Just wanted to clear that up. Okay. Thank
Other discussion? Yes, Lindsay.
I want to remind people of what she said about how she would conduct herself as the chair. And she said she would rely on principles over personality, or principles before personality. And I don't know her personally at all. I have next to no experience with her at all, but I do trust that she is sincere about that. And I can understand why someone who is a Democrat would not want to vote for someone who has been the chair of the Hawaii Republican Party. But what are we going to do? We are 4-4, and we need to elect somebody. And she seems to me really an excellent candidate, someone who has great knowledge of all the things that we deal with, someone who has experience dealing with contentious people in meetings, a commitment to principles and the law. And I would just ask that those of you who identify as Democrats and think you can't possibly vote for someone who is a Republican, I don't think we can be that narrow-minded. I think we have to, try to take a step back and look for what would work in our meetings. I feel like she would run a tight ship, and that she has broad, deep knowledge. So I would urge you to vote for her.
You, Dylan, you have new
Thank
comments?
you, Chair. Yeah, new comment. I just want to again emphasize that her answers, nonpartisan maybe isn't the right word, so I'll change the adjective there, have been neutral, right? And even as aspersions has been cast on her for the way she's answered these questions, she's not cast any aspersions on anyone else. She's responded to these questions, and even in her public testimony moment, has remained in a calm demeanor. She has a plan on how we could move forward with a elections review program. Furthermore, I happen to know that Ms. Mackay has also, called out things in her own party and has not been one to just go with the flow. She's one to pursue truth and pursue what is right. And so I think she is someone that can appeal to both sides. I think she is someone that can operate, again, in a neutral manner. And the reality is she's the only candidate we have left. We've eliminated everyone else. So until we confirm her with a 2/3 vote, Chair Curtis is gonna, remain with us, and I think he was looking forward to his vacation. So, all that to say, I would highly encourage that, let's not waste time further on this, and let's confirm her. She's the only candidate left to vote on, and so unless we never confirm her, Chair Curtis will continue to be
No, that's
our pro chair, or whatever pro tem person
Thank
is
you.
next.
Ms.
But
Papalimo.
he's still our last candidate.
Yeah, I'm going to be shameless here. Maui girl, Commissioner Apana, Maui girl.
I understand. But I have my own principles.
Yes, absolutely. I'm not trying to change them.
Yes.
I'm being shamelessly cheerful.
Other discussion? I'll entertain a roll call vote to appoint or elect Tamara Mackay as Mike Curtis's replacement as chair of the
Chair?
Elections Commission.
Could I ask,
No,
since she's the
but-
only candidate left, should we let her make some remarks here before we vote for her?
No.
No.
We'll take a roll call vote at the end of this process. If this doesn't work, we may have to start the process over again.
Commissioner
Roll call, please.
Andrion. Commissioner Andrion.
Yes.
Commissioner Apano.
No.
Commissioner Kushni.
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton.
No.
Commissioner Kam.
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp.
No.
Commissioner Papalimu.
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas recused. So that is 4 yes and 3 no.
So the process has failed. You need
Sure,
to
I'd
look
like-
at the
I'd like-
process again.
I'd like to be
And
recognized.
Are you making a motion?
Yes.
What's your motion?
I move to elect Tamara Mackay as chair pro tem, and which would require 5 votes, but it's a temporary spot, and we can try her out, see how it goes. So we need
That
5.
would not require 5 votes. That would require 6 votes. That's
No,
just
it's-
a backdoor
it's-
way to get in
It's
somebody who should not otherwise be the chair.
I have the floor, Chair. It's a 5-vote temporary position, chair pro tem.
And where
Chair
does that
Curtis
come
would
from?
get to vote on this too.
Jeffrey, you have the floor.
Where does that come from? Where does it say in the election statutes that somebody can be elected pro tem and be elected pro tem with 5 votes? Or is that just being made up?
It goes to Robert's Rules of Order on when the chairman cannot be voted on.
I think
Can
the
we
Hawaii,
have the
Hawaii law
explicit citation,
supersedes that
please?
in that case.
Yeah.
Ask for this explicit citation from Roberts,
No,
please.
I'm sorry. Robert's Rules of Order is superseded by Hawaii law.
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Papalimu.
Hawaii law does not speak to a pro tem. So what?
That's right. It doesn't, so it's not possible.
Hawaii law.
No, that's not what that means.
Sorry, I'm speaking.
8-6.
Hawaii law speaks to electing the chair. It also speaks to the fact that if you can't elect a chair, the chair's vote requires 2/3. But it also says if you cannot vote on a chair is not elected, then the commission gets to vote for a pro tem chair.
No, it does not say
I don't
that.
think
That's
it's- I don't
completely
think
made up.
anywhere says that.
That's just creating, that's
Jeffrey.
just fiction. So what happens is the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court appoints a person if we go more than 15 days past Mike's expiration date. That's what is actually in the statute as opposed to being made up. So we could advertise again for additional candidates, or we can just wait until July 15th and then have the Chief Justice do it.
We can call a meeting for tomorrow and vote again. We can vote every day for the next 15 days.
No.
Sure we can.
Some of us actually have work to do.
Are you saying I don't?
If you're proposing that we meet every day for the next 15 days, that sounds
Just on this item and just to vote?
Wait. Ralph, you have the floor.
Thank you. So under HRS 1175A, A5, and B, the commission chair is selected exclusively by 8 appointed commissioners through a 2/3 vote, meaning at least 6 of the 9 members must agree. This is a deliberate supermajority requirement designed to ensure the chair has broad legitimacy across both parties in all counties. The Chief Justice authority under HRS 11-7C is narrow and specific. It applies only to filling vacancies in commissioner seats when the appointing legislative leaders fail to act within 15 days. That authority is limited to members and vacancies. It does not extend to the chair position, which is never filled by the Chief Justice under any circumstance.
Sure, it does. He's making stuff up.
Wait,
It does not
wait.
say that.
Mr. Apana?
You know, we have a whole staff of attorneys watching us, probably jumping in their seats saying, please call on me.
Yeah.
So I have 2 questions for our attorneys. What happens to Mr. Curtis when his term expires? Does he stay on? Somebody said that. I want to know if that's true or not. And
True.
second, if he is vacated, who becomes the chair? That's my question.
Mr. District Attorney, Deputy Attorney, I'm sorry. Jordan.
Okay, so I believe the first question was what happens to Chair Curtis I believe that Chair Curtis, correct me if I'm wrong, I understand that at the end of the month, it'll be 8 years that you served on the commission.
That's correct.
So I believe that by virtue of law, his position would be vacated. As to the second question, I know you guys are discussing a few options. I think if a consensus can't be made, the chair has till the end of the month to, as the chair, you can set another meeting within the month to continue on deliberation or consideration of the candidates. The subsection that we're talking about, it's HRS 11-7C regarding the vacancy. I will say it appears ambiguous as whether it applies specifically to the chair or not. And I only say that because the second sentence refers to a board, I guess to the designation of board members. To the county vacancies, and the chair position doesn't have a county designation. It's by selection of the board. So I would say it's ambiguous. So if, again, I think that if you can't come to a decision today, you have Chair Curtis here until the end of the month. You can set a meeting. However, I think if it goes beyond that, one option is to, and this is something that perhaps should go to the commission for a vote, is, to either elect a pro tem chair. I will say that should come from a sitting member. It can't be a candidate because she's not, a member. So it should be a part of the current commission. Or if the board elects to interpret it, that this does apply to the chair position, that as far as, I should say subsection C applies to the chair position, they could vote to send it to the Chief Justice. And I'm sure the Chief Justice has an opinion on whether it applies or not, but it could happen at that point.
2 more questions just to follow up so I'm clear. Someone mentioned the Chief Justice, I don't know who he or she is, picks the chair if we are like dysfunctional?
No.
So I'm sorry, that provision is related to HRS 11-7C. And that provision speaks to when there's a vacancy in the commission and when that vacancy is failed to be filled within 15 days. And what
So
it says is that
does Curtis chair considered a
No.
chair on the commission?
I think it's ambiguous as to whether or not this applies to the chair position.
So the answer is you don't know at this time.
Yes.
Yeah,
And-
can I speak
and-
on that actually?
Wait,
'Cause
one.
I
And if
disagree.
Wait, Jeffrey.
If we
Mr.
go
Apana.
to a pro tem deal, what's the head count?
The pro tem between the members, and I think I should say this, I think any meeting that's held with the pro tem chair, the sole purpose of that meeting should be to select the next chair. I don't think it's appropriate to deliberate on other matters until a chair is selected.
So we hire
Jeffrey.
someone to be chair.
No,
and
it would be from the act. It would be from only the current sitting commissioners,
Oh, not an outsider.
not an outsider, because that would go against the plain language where, you know, a chair is selected by the supermajority of 6.
And what is the vote count for a pro tem sitting member?
5.
I think it would be majority.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm finished.
Jeffrey.
Yeah, Chair, yeah, so let's go back to HRS 11-7. It says that the Elections Commission shall consist of 9 members, not 8, 9. That includes the chair. The chair is a member of the commission. Then if we go to 11-7 subsection C, it says Election Commission member vacancies not filled within the time specified shall be filled promptly thereafter by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. I think I disagree with Mr. Ching. The statute is pretty clear, very clear, that if there's a vacancy that is not filled within the time specified, within the time that it's supposed to be filled, then it is up to the Chief Justice to appoint that member. And from a practical standpoint, it would mean if the Chief Justice did not have that power, it would mean probably in our case that there would never be a chair, because we're never going to vote by a majority vote, and certainly not by 6 votes, to elect a new chair. It's going to have to go to the Chief Justice, and it will go to the Chief Justice. And we don't have to vote to do that, by the way. It has nothing to do with our vote. This is something that will happen on July 15th.
If we don't appoint a replacement for your
In the meantime, correct.
revered chair.
Right.
When is
Ms.
our next
Papalimo.
scheduled meeting?
Wait, Ms. Papalimo,
We don't have one.
you're muted. Thank you, Jordan. You're muted, Papalimo.
Sorry. We don't know that right now because the next meeting to vote, Commissioner Sabas may not recuse himself, because the reasons that he recused today was because of his principles regarding what was happening. Those principles may be out, and so he may not recuse himself next. You may ask him if he wants to not recuse himself from this vote. He may want to come back in and vote on this.
I don't think so.
We can ask him,
Well, you're already asking him. He's paying attention. He's still a member.
but I'm not here.
Other discussion?
Sure.
Yes, Ralph.
So under HRS 11-7A and B, the commission chair is selected exclusively by the 8 appointed commissioners through a 2/3 vote. That's in the statute. The appointments, if the appointments aren't made to the 8 seats, that is filled by the Supreme Court.
Jared does not say exclusively.
Wait.
No, but this is important. It does not contain the word exclusively. He's making it up.
Okay.
And it doesn't help anybody to make stuff up. We're going to get misled.
Okay, we got 10 minutes, and I would suggest we ask Jordan for a written opinion and stating his arguments one way or another that we can look at our next meeting on June 24th. We have 10 minutes to figure this out. Otherwise, June 24th is the chair's next scheduled meeting. And you got 10 minutes to figure it out. Discussion.
Yeah, let's hear from Mr. Ching on what he thinks the next step should be.
Mr. Ching, can you give us a written opinion of how to replace the chair without 6 votes? As Mr. Osterkamp mentioned, that the Supreme Court has the Chief Justice has the ability to appoint any one of the 9 members that is vacant.
I could provide a written opinion at the next meeting if you like in June 24th, if that's what you're asking.
That's what we'd like. That's
No,
one of the
no,
things
Chair,
we'd like.
we need that in 7 days.
Point
And we trying to study that. We can't just spring it on us at the next meeting. We need to get it in advance.
Okay. Could you do that in a week, Jordan?
I mean, I'll try. I'll try to get it as quickly as I can.
You've already quoted what you're going to write. And Jeffrey, you have an opinion also that allows the Chief Justice to appoint any of the 9 commissioners.
Not just allows, but directs the Chief Justice to do it.
I'm sorry, Jeff?
It's not just allows the Chief Justice to do it, it directs the Chief Justice to do it.
Thank you.
I have
Jordan,
order.
Jordan, you'll consider that in your written opinion to us within 7 days.
Understood.
Thank
I have
you.
a point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
If we do not adjourn this meeting, then we can meet again without violating the sunshine law. Is that correct?
No, we need to give public notice at least 6 days before a meeting and the agenda.
So we're having another meeting in 7 days?
No, 14 days.
Can we recess the meeting?
Jordan, can we recess the meeting and
No, I mean, for notice purposes, I'd recommend reposting the agenda.
sunshine law requires?
If it's going to be in 14 days, then repost it 6 days before that.
Okay. Any other issues today before the 24th? We'll get Jordan's written opinion. Jeffrey, you're welcome to offer your opinion and take on the law that you quoted. And we'll stand adjourned until 10 o'clock on the 24th.
Chair, quick question.
Move to
Yep.
adjourn.
Why can Jeffrey weigh in and not us?
You're,
I don't make stuff up in the statutes, and you do.
You're welcome to quote statute
Yes.
and discuss Jordan Ching's opinion.
Move
So-
to
It has to
adjourn.
contain words that are actually in there, not words that you wish are in there.
So ready, set, go. I'll adjourn until the 24th at 10 o'clock.
Mr. Chair,
Aloha.
before we go, if I don't see you guys because I don't get reappointed, I spend so much time with you guys, I'll recognize you on the streets.
Wait, you're here until the end. You're here until the end of June too, buddy.
Well, if the writing comes back in time, otherwise we don't have a meeting.
No, we got a meeting on the 24th period.
June
You got to
20th.
replace me because I'm stale. Okay.
You're gone either way.
Aloha.
Okay, thank you.